Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the to Wits University, to the Chris Seabrook. My name is Carl Mombelli. I am the head of the department, head of music, and we want to welcome today the lovely Tandeka Dladla. We have Lon Wabo on the piano. Is that right? Yeah, okay, good. And we're going to go into we're going to present her now, and there's going to be a little bit of a workshop with some of our students and special guests, all happening for the special month in May for Africa Day. So please give Tandeka a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Tandeka Dladla, and really excited to be at Wits. I've never been to the Wits School of Music before, so it's really nice. I'm really excited to be here in this incredibly beautiful auditorium. The first song we did was a song entitled Umnigelo. And I think maybe I was first gonna just sing and then talk, but perhaps I'm just gonna do singing and talking and singing and talking. This song, when did we? 2020. Yeah, we wrote it during COVID. So with me, songwriting is such an interesting concept. I think a lot of times we overthink the process of songwriting and we overthink what goes into it. But specifically with this song, when I started writing it, I had this melody playing in my head constantly. It was playing for not even a day, like months. And then after just letting the melody just live and live in my head, I eventually decided to put it on paper and kind of explore the ideas of where I'm taking it. But for me, the most important thing in that was the lyric. That's what dictated where the song would go to. And a lot of my music is really inspired or dictated by the lyric, the direction of where it goes. So the song speaks about, Umnigelo means an offering in isiZulu. And so I was wanting to speak to the idea of my music and my gifts and my talents being a gift that I want to present as an offering to the Lord, because I was really grappling with what does it mean to be a talented person and how do we use our gifts. We work and we make money off of our gifts and off of our art, but also when you're talented, or when you're given a skill or like a talent, you can sing, you can dance. Obviously, you have to practice, you have to hone your skill, you have to learn how to develop it and all that. But the initial gifting is just given to you. You've done nothing for it, and so that was the thinking behind it. And so that is the story of Umnigelo. I think I'm going to sing a bit more and I'll talk more about songwriting properly. Yeah, I think I'm going to sing more and then I'll talk actually. Forgive me, my mind is all over the place. I'm just having fun, so go with me. It will make sense eventually. Let's do Itamba. Lo la la ya la do e o e lo a da de a do de a de izinto zalomhlaba zizokukhathaza sivuka mihla yonke sifuna injabulo tulukalelani itubalise khona lokuziphakamisa nokuhamba ekukhanyeni. We're going to do one more. The last song is entitled Inkathazo. Ooh. Thank you so much. Okay, awesome. So the title is Authentic Storytelling Workshop. That is the title, yes. I actually wanted to do this song last because there is a time, the first time that I performed the song entitled Inkathazo. So the song is in isiZulu. I was at a venue in Cape Town called Alliance Francaise, and it's a beautiful space. I think it's like the French consulate has a school there, and it's really cool. It's really hip, trendy. And I performed this song, and my audience isn't excuse me, isn't isiZulu, or then aren't majority isiZulu speaking. And at the end, there's quite a lot of tourists. There's multiple languages that are spoken, obviously, in our country. And there were quite a few tourists as well at that gig. And at the end, there's one lady who came to me, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, that song! I don't know what it means. I have no idea what it means, but I felt the song." And then she proceeded to tell me what she felt the song was saying. And I kid you not, she said exactly the sentiment that she felt was the sentiment that the song carries. I hadn't given a description of the song. I just said, "Guys, this is the first time I'm singing the song. Good luck to me and my band. Good luck to you, the guinea pigs. Let's see if you like it, and let's go." And I performed the song, and then did the rest of my set. And she came to me and she was like, "I feel like the song speaks about like a sort of unrest and a wrestle that people are having, and a bit of a struggle that they have, and there's like a fight." And I was like, "Yeah, that, like, you've got the song. I don't have to say anything else." And I think for me, that is like a marker of authentic storytelling. When you're able to, can I face this way? Can I face this way? Okay, I thought I had to look that side for the camera, so I'm a bit like, do this like that. Sweating my butt. Not my ring falling. Okay, I'll do this. That way I'm like half here, half there. And so for me, I think that is one like prime example of what authentic storytelling is. When you tell a story when you are vulnerable, when you just speak your truth, the message will come through without any frills, without you having to over explain it. You don't have to speak the same language as somebody. I mean, for the most part, you obviously do, because there's a lot of things that are lost in translation. But the sentiment, the feeling, and the feeling is communicated through song. And that is like, that was like, I was like, whoa! I felt like I had a masterclass just in that one interaction. And so that's really what I want to speak about, is speaking to just being authentic to who you are, to your voice, and how to translate that into song, into your songwriting, or whatever instrument you play, whether you sing, whether you play a melodic instrument, whether you play the bass, it doesn't matter. You can still communicate a message through song, and people can really feel it. So the one thing that I get asked a lot is, why do I write in isiZulu? Is that like what is it about that? So the interesting thing is that my home language is isiZulu, but I didn't do isiZulu in school, so I'm not fluent in it in like an academic way. It's just what I grew up speaking. But at home we speak, and my friends are multilingual, so we speak mainly English, but also we just mix a lot of different languages. But I really felt that I wanted to challenge myself, because I would write a lot of songs in English, but a lot of the time when something touches me, it's not communicated in English. It's communicated in another language. It doesn't even have to be isiZulu. There's a sentiment. There is just a way in which something is captured that I couldn't always get in English. And so when I was like, okay, I want to let me try doing this. That was the first thing. But also the second thing was just that I really just wanted to be able to have the same ease that I have on a conversational basis when I speak to my parents, when I speak to my friends. I'm able to articulate myself and communicate my thoughts in isiZulu, I think, in a fairly good manner. So why am I unable to do that in song, or why am I unable to do that when it comes to something that is, that is like, it's like my music, or if I write a poem, or if I'm trying to communicate something, why is English my first place to go to? And so I really went on that journey. And you know what? In that process, sometimes I'm writing an idea in English, and then I will translate it. I go to my mom and I say to her, I want to say this. What does this word mean? How do I say this? I started reading books in isiZulu, and I started watching a bit more shows. But I wasn't trying to do too much, like trying to be too deep. I'm just writing about things that I know. So if somebody gives me like a word that's like too hectic, I'm like, I'm not gonna use that. I've never used that word in my life. I don't think it's my vocabulary. I'm not gonna put it in the song, but sometimes they have to be there. But I think what I'm trying to get to as well is just the part in being authentic is also allowing our music to reflect us fully. It has to reflect us not just on like, oh, okay, I like the color blue, so my music sounds a bit, blue and dark, whatever. But I'm a girl from Johannesburg. I grew up speaking multiple languages, and I want to express myself in various ways. So it doesn't just mean that I actually even wrote a song in. We wrote a song in Sotho, the Unity Band. Yeah, we even wrote a song in Sotho. So, it's just a way to represent who we are. Like we in our culture, in our country, there's so much, we're so diverse. So we should be able to feel free in that, but also not without feeling forced, without feeling like now I have to stick to. Now I've started writing in isiZulu. Now I can't stop. I have to like stay here, but I want to sing the song in English. So write in English. That's part of who you are. That's a genuine part of who you are. So so I just wanted to just tell you about me writing songs in isiZulu, because I think it's really important that we also preserve our languages, and also we just present ourselves as we are, because the Zulu that I speak is not the same as somebody kwamashu. It's not the same. But isiZulu, the gist you understand, and the message you understand. I might not be enunciating correctly. I might get, a phrase here or a phrase there incorrect. But the thing for me is that I'm being authentic to me being a Johannesburg-based girl who grew up speaking isiZulu, and that's what I sing. So if somebody comes to me and asks me something else, I'm not good. I'm like, you do you. That's fine. I'm happy that's. But this is what I know, and it's not being afraid. So that also leads me to the next point about the song, especially when you come from varsity, you studied music. You went through this program, 3 years, 4 years. If you do your honors, you do your masters, it's a long process. It's grueling, it's tough. We're learning from all these different, very well-versed, a very broad, what is this word? A very broad, like, history of music makers, of people who have dedicated their lives to creating and making music. So there's a lot of people who've done this before us, and we're learning from them, right? So you sometimes feel intimidated, because now you're like, okay, I'm studying these changes, I can solo over all of this. I understand how to analyze these chords. I'm good in arranging. I get all of that. Like I've got the theory down. I've got the toolkit. I've got it. But now I'm just Tandega. And I want to write music, but like, how am I going to do it? Because all that I've been hearing is le jazz and iakala, you know? And it's so good. But the one that I'm singing, the songs that are coming to me are not that. They're not Coltrane changes. It's not Roy Hargrove. It's none of those people. I think it's nice, but I don't know. And there's that wrestle. I think specifically as I'm speaking also just as a student of music. There's a very like tough fight between those things. And what I have learned over my journey from starting to where I am now, and what I'm still learning, is that I think the most important thing, you have the toolkit, you have the foundation. What we've learned is brilliant. It's the best foundation because you are able to manipulate and articulate and just, you're able to do so much because of all the knowledge that is there at your hands now. But you have to be brave enough to trust that what you have to say and that what you are hearing or what you are experiencing is good. Welcome. Please feel free. Yay, got more people. Anise bahle. Sanbonani. Igama Tandega. I'll sing one more song later. But what I want to say is, I think the thing that they don't teach us in music school, and that we need to, that you need to learn from like as soon as you can, is that what you have been taught is so important and it's so good and it's so valuable. But what your lived experiences, what you are hearing, what you are feeling, and the sounds that you feel you are capable of creating are just as valuable. So you need to find a way to take those two things, put them together, and present it to the world. That's the power. That's why we do this. But you can't do that if you are not courageous. If I was Tembanga, you have to trust yourself. You have to trust that where you come from is brilliant place. Who you are, your stories, they are just so valuable, and they are necessary to be heard. So trust the process, have courage, and then overall be vulnerable. The most important for me, I think the music that touches me the most it's not the most fancy. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's got like amazing, they're doing all this cool stuff, but is it vulnerable? Are they being honest? Are they not trying to show us how much chords they can fit into each bar and how much they can do, how many lines they can play or sing or whatever in an 8-bar phrase? It's nice. It's nice. You went to school to study it. You can do it. Great. But that's not why we do this. If you think back to the music that touches you the most, I promise you, I'm sure it's the simplest song. It's the simplest song. And it's not because those people did anything special. The only things that they were honest. They were true to who they were. They trusted themselves. And they were just like, this is worth something. So it's yeah, I know, I'm sure you all are like, oh, we're hoping for like some more technical stuff. We'll get there maybe. But it's not that. This is not that. I think the important thing, for me, storytelling is not about It's not about what do I have in my suitcase, what do I have, what did they tell me in theory, what did they tell me in arrangement, what did they tell me in composition. Great, have it, learn it, be brilliant at it, ace it. But then, how do you take that and say, I'm a boy, osugetakane, I have experienced 1, 2, 3, and I want to put that on a paper, and I want you to live my life. I want you to see who I am through this music. How do I do that? Be honest, be vulnerable, don't be afraid. Because one thing about it, no one has your experience, no one can steal your voice. And so if you master being you, if you master being you, and if you master telling your story, there's nobody who'll be able to emulate you. There's nobody who'll be able to do better than you, in inverted commas, because our industry, and I think all industries, but I'm speaking specifically to music, it's oversaturated. So you sometimes feel like, I can't breathe. I have to do something amazing. I have to do something groundbreaking. The most groundbreaking thing you can do is to tell your story, is to look inward, is to look around you, and is to say, what do I want to put on paper? What do I want people? What am I hearing? What do I want people to hear? And how do I want to present myself? Then you end up seeing all the stuff that you learn from music school ends up coming out on the paper. And then people are like, why did you put that chord? Why did you put that? And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I started it, but I don't know. The melody dictated it had to go there. So, so that's a very, very, very important thing. And then I think another thing, Diva, do you want to say something? And then, then another thing. So, let me speak about, actually I'll speak about that. I'll speak about my songwriting process, a little bit about it, but I'll speak about collaboration. Authentic storytelling, or just being a musician. You're very lucky if you are in a space where you are in a music school. But even if you're not, if you have a group of people, that you have access to, you can make music with, the one friend plays bass, you all sing or something. It's such an important thing to have a community of people who do what you do, who are music, who are interested in music, who are just they're as crazy about it as you are. Brilliant. But then don't be a silo. Don't you be like, okay, I'm gonna do that by myself over there, I'm gonna do it by myself over there, and then you never come together and just. I'm not saying you have to start a band. No, you don't have to start a band. It's not about starting a band. It's about collaboration. Collaboration is a very important thing, and I'm actually going to give you an example. Does anybody know D'Angelo and Erykah Badu? Do you know a guy called Questlove? Yeah, he's a drummer. Anybody know of a person named Roy Hargrove? He's a trumpeter. Anybody know a person named Common? He's a rapper. And then who else? Let me see. Who else is here in this list? There's another guy. His name is James. Oh, do you know Jay Dilla? Yeah. And there's another guy named, I think his name is James Poyser. And I think he's a bass player, no? He's a piano player. And then there's also another guy named Talib Kweli. Those people, they quite fairly popular, Erykah, Roy Hargrove, and they giants in what they do. But the interesting thing about all these people that I've named, they have one thing in common. They were a part of a what we would call a collective. They were called the Squalarians. But they weren't a band. They weren't a band. What they did, so Questlove and I think D'Angelo and I'm not sure the other two, I think Jay Dilla might have been a part of the initial group. What they did was Questlove was like, no, I like what D'Angelo's doing on his music. He was listening to it and he was liking it. And then what they ended up doing is they ended up working on each other's music. They weren't in a band. They all had their own identities. Questlove was in a group called Roots, and Utalib also had his own group, and Erica was just by herself, But what they did, they created a musical community where they fed off of each other. So Questlove, if you listen to D'Angelo's music, listen to those drums. Yeah? Go to Roots, listen to the drums. Go to Erica, listen to the drums. Go to Common, listen to the drums. Even if Questlove isn't playing on those records, what you're gonna hear is there's a very similar way in which the drums are played, in which the time is displaced, in which time is sped up, time is slowed down. That is because when Questlove started listening to D'Angelo, he was like, no, something is hectic here, there's something good. He took it, he put it in Roots. And then when Erica was like, she wants to write, they were like, okay, cool, let's also do something there. Then there was another bass player. Then the bass player, I don't remember what his name is. Questlove was like, play behind the beat on this like very drum loop. But I won't get too technical into how they all got together. But what I'm trying to say is, all of these prominent people who all have made individual, incredible careers didn't just happen because they were all brilliant by themselves. They are. But collaboration. They came together and they aided each other's vision, each other's dreams, each other's voice to be amplified. So they wrote together. They played on each other's stuff. If D'Angelo's singing there, Erica's singing there, Roots maybe is playing there, just crazy. And we don't do that enough. We don't speak about it often. We don't speak about the power of collaboration. We don't speak about the power of brotherhood, sisterhood in the industry, and how that influences your writing, how that influences your voice. And when I say voice, I'm not speaking about singing. I'm speaking about your sound, what you have to say, whether it's on the piano, whether it's on the bass, whether it's you singing, whether it's through the saxophone. Excuse me. You have a voice, and we can hear it. We can hear it. If you think about our sax, one of our best tenor sax players, or just sax players, Sisonke Tonti. If you hear him play, you'll know it's him. You will know that has to be Sisonke. If you're off, you may be off a little, but you won't be off. It's him. But we need that community. So don't neglect it. Don't neglect the power of having your friends come in with you, helping you write that song, using their strengths. We all have strengths. You are very good in I don't know, in understanding voicings. You know how voicings work. I don't really know how voicings work. I'm a singer. I understand. I can put something together on the lead sheet, but it doesn't make sense because now when you play it as a pianist or a bass player, you're like, this voice leading doesn't go there. Now I'm gonna sit alone. No. Masebenzi sani. Sometimes we want all the ownership for ourselves. It's okay. If we can help each other more, if we can collaborate more, we can actually go further. And if you look in the history books, the people that came together and that had a partnership in music, not a band, not a group, just a partnership. Those people were the people who were able to progress further than those who were just like, I'm going to do this by myself. I'm a one man everything. You can do it, but is it necessary? You have people, you have access. You have people at your disposal. Use them because they are there and also they can help you. So for me, I'm mainly a singer. I used to play the saxophone, but I hardly. And I'm not really a pianist, right? Learning, I can play a few stuff there, but I'm not a pianist. But I love to write music. And I love it. It's my favorite thing to do. But I don't do it alone. I will write the song, I will write the melody, I'll get it right. I'll even sometimes know what I want the chord progression to sound like. But I will always call Lonwabo. That's why he's here. I'll always call him because he's got strengths that I don't have. He can hear things that I can't hear. So I'll present a song to him and we will workshop the music together so that it can actually come to life. He could also hear, oh, I want this hit here, put a hit there. Yeah, sometimes I'll know where I want the hit, I'll know but you know what? Let's all play to our strengths. That also helps so much because then you release the pressure from yourself. You release the pressure from feeling like everything is falling on you. No, it's not. So my songwriting process sometimes will look like I come literally with a chart and I've written maybe I've written the melody or I'll sing the melody, but I've written the melody out. I might have a chord or two here and there that I definitely want, that we can't move from. And then apart from that, Lonabo will play progressions and I'll be like, yes, no, maybe, until we get to a place where I'm like, yes, this is the one, this is what we want. And then we can move on to the next bar, next. We piece the whole thing together and there we have a song. Or there we have 5 songs. But don't neglect, don't overlook the power of the people sitting next to you. Or your friends whose musical taste and style you enjoy. Call them in, because what they can do is they can transform your music in a way that you've never thought. They're not changing it, but they can elevate it. Example is my song We Are Ekaya. We're on the Unity Band together. So Lonabo plays piano on the Unity Band, I sing, and it's a 7 or 8 piece. I think it's a 7-piece band. Yeah, I think it's 7. It's a big band. So in our first album, what we did was we all presented a song, and then some of the songs were slightly, elevated. I had a song entitled We Are Kaya, and it was just a ballad, simple ballad. I had no other vision for it. I just had, this is how I wanted to go. Might add a little solo there, and then it's done, we close it. And then the guys listened to it and they were like, wow, this is beautiful. Played it a few times, and then all of a sudden it went somewhere else. And then it had a drum break, and then it had a horn line, and then it had this, and then I was like, oh, okay. I guess this is the new song. But that was beautiful. I know, maybe if I thought about it long enough, I might have, but I don't think so. I don't think I would have actually put all those stuff in that song just by myself. Yes, I wrote the song, but the collaboration that we had, and also the trust, right? Trusting those people who you're working with. The trust led to We Are Ekaya becoming a bigger arrangement of what. So if it's this big now, it was this big, and now it's this big. Or because of other people's input, or because of of that trust. And so as we journey through storytelling, through writing, through trying to get your voice across, don't be afraid to bring others in and have them help and yeah, and just speak life into it. And I think that's me, hey? I think that's me. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. I don't know. How are we doing on time?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Guys, would you please give Tandeka a warm Tandeka, thank you so much. Lonwabo, thank you so much. This has been really rich sharing, intimate sharing, and I know that it has provoked us to think about the languages we use as well as our personal expression, especially in an environment, as you are saying, where we are studying this beautiful historic global art form of jazz. And as South Africans, we all understand that there's so much of our sound that the world is anticipating and enjoying. Yes. And I would love to add as just an opening remark, Tandeka, I had the great blessing to work with Quest and the Roots and Erica because of a group that I was with during a period in my time. And I can absolutely testify to the idea of building community in music and the power that it has to start to expand your personal expression. And what it also does is it really begins to create a safe space. Yes. And when you're in a safe space to write and create, then there's an authenticity that for me connects to a divine imprint where you can begin to express who you really are. And so it doesn't matter, those are big names, and God just afforded me a time and season to work within that community. But coming home, it's been a different type of community to find. So there may be different seasons, but I really want to say how accurate that sharing was. And I thought it was really fantastic because the idea of building community starts through just beautiful sessions like this that we're having today. So Tandeka, I would love to, if that's okay with you, open it up to our students to talk to you about some more things that they may have been provoked to thought about. And I want to say your music is beautiful. Thank you, Longwaba. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Students, can I open it up to you? Please introduce who you are, the year that you're in, if you're composing, because we also want to enjoy the audience that's watching online. Thank you, Tandeka.
Thank you so much, Chantal.
Hello, my name is Phoebe Mugaji. I am in second year. I'm a jazz vocalist. And my question, like, I understand what you say when you say, like, there's not a lot of community in music. There's quite a lot of people who are in it for themselves, to put it just plainly. You want to make it and you want to make it a lot, which is understandable because it is an industry that is very personal. And to have your work taken from you in any way is heartbreaking and just, detrimental. So my question is, I've never really understood why that is. Why is it that we don't have people, be it people who have experienced this walk into music, or people who are still coming up, who are helping each other, and how do we create that space? Because it's not something that comes about naturally because of the people that we have around. So how do you think is like the best way to go about creating a space that is safe, where you are safe to create, where your music is elevated and all of that jazz?
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, I think so. Not to say that we don't have it, but I think we don't see enough of it. Mm-hmm. Right? We're not seeing enough of that community, and that is something that works at a disadvantage to us. So that is really the thing that I want to point. But then I think how we create it is by just being open. Firstly, being open to share with your friend, seeing your friend as literally that, as your friend in music, not your competitor in music. You need to first see the person that, even if they do the exact same thing as you, they are your friend. they are your friend. If they are your friend, they're your friend. If they're not, it's fine. They're just a colleague. But see them as your friend in this thing. That's the first thing. But then also, like, I think for me, and I think that's what we used to do in varsity. We just got together because we wanted to play. We didn't do it because we wanted to write something. I wanted to do this. No. We want to play. I sing, you play. You play, I sing. That's it. I don't want to. And to be honest, I had no interest in playing piano in varsity. I had no interest. I just wanted to sing. I needed somebody to play for me. So I would find people to play for me. If you are free and you have time, you're going to play. And that's what we're going to do. And that's it. It's really just saying to your fellow people, hey man, you guys are always here, you practice till late. You're not going to practice alone for that long. It's firstly boring. Like, it's tough. It's very tough to practice for so long alone. So knock on the door. Don't be afraid. Knock on the door. Hi, do you mind? I have this song. I'm just struggling. Do you mind playing it for me? Do that for 5 days, 3 days, until they start softening up. Like, I think we have to be proactive in seeking out people, and then it will click. You'll find the right people, the people who resonate. Not everybody's going to be open to that. Not everybody's going to be like, okay, yeah, let's play. Yeah, it's so nice, groovy. No, not everybody. And it's okay. But keep trying until you find. And then literally don't try to do anything bigger than that. Just enjoy that space. And I like what Chantal said, like seasons. We have different seasons in life. In one season, all you're going to do is just jam. It's just jam. That's all you're going to do. In another season, you're going to need to work. So you're going to meet up, not because you want to jam, but because you have to work. Because you want to write, because they want to write, because they want to test a song on you, or you want to test a song on them. So I think how you would start to approach it is start where you are. If you're not blessed or not, no, that's not the right word. If you are blessed enough to go to a music school, or not even a music school, or be in an environment where there are people who are constantly playing and practicing close by, go there, knock on the door, start a conversation, and then be like, hey, can you play? Hey. Like sax players, I always would be like, hey, come. I've got a pianist now at the side, and I knock on the door. Can you just come? Can you just solo? I want to hear what it would sound if you solo and I sing. Do that. So if you have access to that, knock on the door. You know your friend. They want to play. That they play piano. Don't just call them to play for your exam. No, don't call them to play for your exam only. That's not the only time. You build a relationship. I'll give you an example. Lonabo and I, when we were in varsity, I don't even know how we met, dude. I don't even know how we met. Do you know? I don't even know how we met. But what I can say is, 1 minute, one minute we're in a practice room together, just practicing, playing. The next minute he's playing for my exam. But he's not playing for my exam, because initially I would just get any pianist to play for my exam. And then I was like, I don't like this feeling, because I just get 3 rehearsals or 2 rehearsals and then I must just do it. So then I stopped doing that. I just started choosing one person. And then, so 1 minute we practicing maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions. The next week an exam. After that exam now, every other week, not even every week, at least once a week, I'm in his practice room asking him to play something for me. And that's how we started. And then, for the rest of my exam career, Lonabo was playing for me. And now, we're recording albums together. We've played on 3 albums together. Or even 4 or something. We've played. So, do you see that I didn't start by going, oh, I want you to be my pianist for life. No, it was not that. I just needed somebody to play for me, and I liked how he played. I listened to him playing at gigs, and I was like, I like his sound. I want that. I like his touch, you know. He played, and then after that, I never left him. Literally, I don't know how many gigs I've done without him, but it's not that many because of that community, that partnership. So, all of that to say, start where you are with what you have. If you're not in a music school, it's also fine. When I was in high school, I was in an art school, but in my neighborhood, there was a group of friends that I had. The one guy played guitar. His name is Umlungisi. Played guitar, I would sing. So then after school, sometimes I'd go to his place. He'd play, I'd sing. We'd just like jam. How next week he's brought a drummer. Okay, now there's 3 of us. Next week he's brought another person. All of a sudden, after like a few months, every second Friday we're at his house jamming. Literally, we just jam. We jam right into the night until 1 a.m. the next day, and that's it. So it doesn't have to. You don't have to be in a music school or this. You can literally have a next door neighbor who plays something. Go next door, knock on the door, say, listen, can we just jam? And jam with them as often as you can. Build that. Build, because community isn't built. It's not forced. But it does also take proactiveness. If you don't have friends, you don't sit at home and go, I don't have friends. You go out to events, you find people, you're like, hi, how are you? You know, then eventually you meet somebody that clicks, and then you build from there. So start where you are, and don't be afraid to just knock on the door and say, I don't know, and then they'll help, and then build from there. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for your music and for the things that you have to share. I think they're quite cool and valuable.
Thank you.
My question. Oh, Ulebukeng. My name is Ulebukeng Mlangi. I'm third year jazz voice, and yeah, I compose every now and then. So, my question is, I would like to hear you speak more on courage. So you spoke now about starting with like just wanting to play and have people play with you and whatnot. But then I have a tendency to jump the gun a bit. I am that guy that's like, yes, I want you to be my pianist for life. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on courage, because I tend to have like very intricate ideas and plans and like, oh, I want to do all this stuff, but then it seems very insurmountable in the beginning. So then how would you then remedy that?
Yeah, so thanks for that question, Oleboheng. Thank you. So courage. No, so let me go back. Having a lot of ideas is brilliant, right? But we can get stuck there. We can get stuck there. So the important thing with that is, okay, firstly, I don't know, you guys can see my book. I can be very A-type. So I'm very like structured. But apart from that, firstly, what I do, I'm like you. My brain is like, I want to do everything. And then I'm just like not doing anything. I take a paper and I write it all down. And then I look at what I can do right now. What's the shortest deliverable I can do? Okay? The first thing is to actually finish my whatever. If I had theory homework, I must first finish that. First finish the theory homework, and then because I was there. But then no, but on the real though, I think really just don't. So it's good to have the big ideas. It's good to have that like desire to do so many things. But again, look at what you have at your disposal. Some of the things you can't do because you don't have things at your disposal. If you want to, I'm trying to think of an example now. Okay, let me give you an example I'll give you a practical example. The Unity band, like I said, is a 7-piece band. So you can imagine putting that group together. It must be quite a challenge. But what was really brilliant in how we started was that our band leader, he's a drummer. His name is Lumanyano Mzi. He actually, it was quite nice how he did it, because I know that he always wanted to have a band. No? He always wanted to have a band. He always wanted like a big band, somebody like a group, a collective. He's always wanted that for as long as I've known him. But how he got us together was the magic trick. At UCT we have I'm sure you also have like a performance class. So ours was every Wednesday at 1:00. Somebody puts on a show, and anybody can do it. I think like the third and fourth year students, they have to do one. One a year, one in third year, one in fourth year. But then everybody else, anyone can do it for the others. So what he did was, the beginning of the year in 2017, he went to the office and he put his name down for a class. He put his name down. He doesn't have a band. Nah? He doesn't have a band. He put it down probably in January. I think we were playing in July. Okay. We don't have a band. Fine. Now, the date is fast approaching. It's probably May. Then he says to us, "Oh, hey, Tandega, are you available on this date?" "Yes, I am." "Lonabo, are you available on this date?" "Yes, I am." "Are you available on this date?" Then he gets us all together. Okay, fine. So now we all go. We're going for a rehearsal. Cool. Yeah. He sends us the music. We learn it. We get there. We play. We play the gig now in that date. We play the gig on that date. I mean, to move it back. Oh, okay. You play. So we get us together, and then we play the gig on that date. And then after that, he says, "Hey guys, I've booked another gig. Would you like to come and play? Are you guys available for this date?" "Yes, we're available." And then eventually, after playing 3 gigs, was that 3, no? About 3 gigs. After playing 3 gigs, and we realized, we all sat down together and we were like, "Okay guys, I think we're a band. Yeah, we've been doing this long enough now. I think we're a band." And then we just were like, okay, let's figure out a name. And then a year later, we decided to record an album, and we did. And then 2 years later, we recorded another album. But do you see how that's taking a big idea? You want to have a big band. You want a band that's like 7-piece, 8-piece, and you're playing all this amazing music. But it didn't start like that. He didn't start by going, "Hi guys, I want you to be a part of my band, and let's do it." No, he was just like, let's all play together. We played together. We played 3 or 4 gigs, and then we all were like, we like the sound. We like this. We like where this is going. Let's do it. So I don't know what ideas you have and you know what things you want to do, but I think just try and break them down to the smallest point possible, to the simplest thing possible. So if it is you want to start a band, book a gig. or yeah, you know, book a gig, do something. If it is you want to write an orchestration, first get the song, learn the song, then learn the changes, like do the guide tones, like, you know, the whole thing, figure out how the song is going, understand the language, and then after that, now then begin to take it bar by bar, 4 bar. Which part do you really like? Okay, take that part, maybe make a solo or something. Like, don't just have this big idea and leave it at that. Break it down and then say, okay, this I can start with. What is doable? Do the most doable thing, and then, yeah.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Kanyisile. And the question I have is, so how do you deal with, I don't know if you've dealt with this, but like sort of being the first to do something, maybe not the first in the world, but maybe like the first in a specific setting or the first in a room, because I feel like that comes with a lot of like authenticity, originality, and all of that. And sometimes as musicians, like we sort of tend to fall into what's trending, because sometimes people may be scared to be the first, like to bring out something new, because they don't know how people are going to react to it, you know? So how do you sort of not even overcome that, but how do you use that to your advantage, like sort of being the first and standing on that, basically, like enough confidence to be like, okay, I'm the first, sure, I don't know how people will react to this, I am a bit scared because I am sort of the first in this setting. How do I use that to my advantage, like still using that to still be original and not falling into the trap of, okay, let me be like everyone else. I don't know if that made sense.
No, I get the heart of your question. I think I think now I'll touch on courage as well. I'll give it very practical. But I think then it speaks to having the courage, right? I think, like I said in the beginning, you have to firstly trust. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but as much as I've given very like practical, like very technical ways of how I write and stuff, but a lot of the time the music that comes to me, it's not actually like I worked hard for it. I'll sleep and I'll have a dream and then the song comes to me. Like sometimes that's literally it. And it's trusting. It's like trusting that, right? Trusting uguti, like your voice is relevant. It is authentic. Maybe not. Okay, no. Trusting that your voice is relevant, and then the way that you are authentic to that is to see it through. I think sometimes we also don't see things through, so we don't know how far they go. We don't know if something it's gonna be good or not, because we don't see it through. You'll hear like I don't know. I always speak about hearing because how I get my music or how I write my music, I hear it. I'll hear it. I'll hear a melody, or I'll even hear a bass line. Inkatazo, that dum doo dum de gum 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 de do do dum do dum. I heard that. It wasn't like I just heard it and I was like, that's what I'm gonna. I was like, that's the bass line. Do 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 do. That's it. It's gonna be the bass line. So it's taking whatever small thing, whatever big thing, but seeing it through, trusting that what you've got, that message, that song, that story, it's got there's importance. It's important. It's necessary. Trust it, but then secondly, have courage to be vulnerable, to just stand and go, okay, cool. I'm gonna present it. I'm going to present it, and having courage that it's not gonna be for everybody, and that not everybody is gonna love it. But as you go, you also start to see what works and what doesn't. But if you're the first, you have to just do it. You can think about it all you want, you can conceptualize, but just do it. Go out there, stand on the stage, say the poem, sing the song, and you'll get your answers as you continue. Some things you're not gonna get by just going, I'm hoping, no. I don't know how else to put it. Like, trust yourself. Trust yourself. Believe that what is in you is valuable. Know that you're worthy, and know that the things that you carry and the gifts that you've been given are worth something. Take those things, hold them, but hold them strong. Be bold in them. Then have the courage to present them to the world. And then as you continue to present them to the world, you will know what works and what doesn't. You'll sometimes be in denial, nah? But one thing about it, it will be clear. The message will be clear. This thing is working. This one probably not working. Does it mean that you must scrap it? No. Maybe you rework it. But the only way you'll know is if you have courage to stand and to go, I've created this, I've done this, here it is. And then from there, you're able to make changes, you're able to make permutations of the thing. But yeah, I think trust, courage are important. They're hand in hand. You can't be courageous without trusting yourself. And you can't trust yourself and then not be courageous. You have to just do it. Wrong and strong. if it's wrong and it's strong, like, you'll figure it out. But like, I mean, that's just something my voice teacher liked to say. If I was singing wrong, she's like, sing it so that we know that, so that we can fix it. If you sing it wrong, but you sang it strong, we can fix it. But if you sing it wrong and you're singing it soft, Manje, we can't fix anything. We can't help you. We don't know. Be courageous. Trust yourself, and then you'll be good to go. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Tofato Mahlangu. I'm in first year, jazz voice. So, my question revolves around finding one's sound. I think it's something, I know I've only like recently started this music journey, learning foundation stuff about music, and I have seen some growth. And you know, with jazz especially, we learn from, you know, legendary artists, people who like really passionate about music. And for me, I feel like it does kind of create a really like beautiful foundation in like finding yourself in the midst of everything and finding your own sound. But I've found it really difficult, especially when it comes to songwriting. Wow, I find it very, very hard. Like it's really hard for me to like sit down and figure out, okay, what kind of music do I want to bring to the world? You know, I have experiences. There are things I would love to share with the world, but it's like I don't know, finding my sound without. Also with learning, I realized that we do find inspiration in some of the artists that we listen to. And I guess my question is, how do you find your sound with all that inspiration around us without having people to say that, oh, you sound like this person? You know, like I guess, I guess it's like finding your sound. How do you do that? How do you know that, okay, this is it? You know, this is how I want to do it. This is how I want it to go. Like, how do you get to that place?
Okay. I'm sure your teachers are just like, oh, they're like, no. No, that's a good question. It's a very good question. And okay, so maybe it's gonna be an unpopular answer. Yeah, we all want to find our sound, especially when we're like starting. We want to find our sound, but I think the first thing is it's there. Ne? I'm gonna tell you this: your sound is there. It's there, but you have to think about this answer, because I've experienced it. I don't want to just speak. I want to just let me just have a quick think here. I had the answer when you were talking, and then it went out of my head. Okay. So when you learn to become a chef, you learn to cook by using other people's recipes. You know? They're gonna teach you knife technique. They're gonna teach you how to use which spoons, which utensils to use for what. Which sauce, if you're gonna make this sauce, you use this utensil. If you're gonna use this, you're gonna use the spatula for this, whatever. Okay. But then they say to you, in cooking, there's a basic, this and this and this. These three sauces you have to know. And you're gonna learn them, né? And you'll master them. Because the thing with that is you can't create, or you can't manipulate cooking if you want to be now a great chef. You can't manipulate flavor. You can't manipulate flavor if you don't know how to get the basis right. If you can't get a white sauce just right, forget about making a whatever you want to make a green sauce with stuff. You're not gonna get it. You can't even put salt and pepper together and make that taste amazing. You're not gonna use paprika and some other 5 Mexican chilies. You'll kill people. You know? So, same thing in music. And it's the most frustrating thing, I think, as a student of music. What we learn, and it's an unpopular opinion because it's not what we want to hear. But I think your teachers have even told you. But it's just, when we're there and they're giving you this music, learn it for what it is. If they're saying to you that your phrases are too long, when you're singing a jazz ballad, you have to phrase this way and not that way. Learn it, take it, and try to master it. If they say when you sing swing, you mustn't be too heavy on your syllables. Like don't be like da da. Like be light. Learn to be light. Learn how to manipulate your soft palate so that you're able to sing faster, right? You must learn all of those things and master it. But then what happens is, as you continue to go, you continue to learn that. Doesn't mean that you stop hearing a little melody in your head. Take your phone, voice record. Take your own voice record. Take your own voice record. Keep singing, keep listening to your other stuff that you love. And then along the line, somewhere, I don't know where, because the problem is it's not the same for all of us. We don't all journey the same. For some people, it's only after varsity do they actually begin to even write music. I'll tell you my thing. I was the most frustrated because I loved what I did. I loved learning music. I loved singing. But I felt like I'm having a struggle because I used to write a lot in varsity. Not in varsity, in high school. I used to write a lot of music. And then varsity just stopped because I have to learn how to sing this phrase and I'm just like, I'm so tired of learning how to sing like Ella. I don't want to sing like that. And they're telling me I sing too classical. They're telling me I sing too this. So now I'm trying to unlearn and all of that. But I kept taking my voice recorder, kept voice noting. And I would not have full long songs. I'd have like short, like 6-bar, 4-bar phrases. Record, I forget about it. I did write Buye Kaya in varsity, but that was like one of maybe 2 or 3 songs in a 4-year period. I didn't really write. After varsity, now the songs are coming. Now the music is coming. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know if this is my real voice. It might change. I might want to sing other stuff later along the line, but this is what's coming out now, right? So what I will say is this. As you are learning, learn. Take it. Learn it. Master what they're teaching you. That doesn't mean become them. You see, the nice thing about this, I'll use the chef analogy again. Even when you're learning how to make that white sauce, one thing about it is nobody's going to make it like you.
You're still using salt, you're still using pepper. If you go to a cooking school today, they'll put 5 white sauce in front of you. That with the same recipe, everybody put a pinch. They're not gonna taste the same. So your voice is already there. Number one, your voice is actually already there. Just because you can't see it right now because you're not writing original music. Just because you're not writing original music doesn't mean you don't have a voice either. Your voice is already there. So that's very important. You already have your voice. Nobody will sing a ballad like you sing it, and nobody will scat like you. So trust, and just keep working on that. Keep fine-tuning it. Keep learning that. But then keep feeding yourself. Whatever music you like to listen to that. If you like to sing in the shower or sing when you're walking, do that. Feed your soul the way that you naturally enjoy to do. And then at some point, I don't know how, I don't know when, this is going to happen. The paths are going to cross. The things that you've learned here and who you naturally are and what you love and what you like to do, and they're going to come together. And then you'll be able, then one day you're going to be sitting down and you might take out your phone and play that recording that you recorded in 2018, which is one of my stuff. I recorded something in 2018. I don't even know what it was. I only wrote the song, probably recorded it in 2017 actually. I only wrote the song when I was graduating in like 2018 at the end of the year. I went back into my archives, I found the song, then I was like, I know what I'm going to do with this. And I just wrote. After that, I wrote everything and it came out. So, yeah, that's what I can say. Your voice is there. Trust it. It's there. Don't worry. You will never lose it. Nobody can do anything like you. But then master these things. Learn them. And then keep being you, though. Keep being Tegofatso. And then somewhere it should all make sense. Ngiyaliza, but I think bazodinga i-mic for i-live stream.
Bensathi molweni.
Molweni mamolo.
Kumnandi uba lapha namhlanje, ndiyavuya. And overwhelmed with gratitude. Azange ndafunda music, but have lived music. I'd like to tell you a story. Maybe Lonwabo will know about Ngokana Brothers in Cape Town.
Okay.
I grew up at NY56. Ngokana Brothers lived kwa number 12, ekhaya kwa number 20. In the 70s, remember, it was during apartheid.
Yes.
So blacks were not allowed in the townships. So Ngokana home was, I call it, music studio of Cape Colony. Because wonge umntu who's a creative, not just musicians, performers as well, they use from all provinces. They used to go there, rehearse, and then move to, those days it was 3 Arts, it was not even a Baxter.
Oh wow.
Uput Fitzroy Ngokana, again maybe uyamazi. I always say, estratweni sethu, we could sing before talking. And ngoku sendingumuntu omdala, Africa Day kaloku funeka side sifunde uthetha manje. Uyawutolika omnye. Benchilo ufika kwethu bathe zanohlala estagini and andithanda ukwenza into ndingayazi uba why. So ndithi kubo, why? Ushandel uti come, did you know you'll have to tell me why? So I was saying to one of the brothers, hey, ingozi le nto niyenzayo, it's very dangerous. Because his spirit kezavuka kwesi stage awuxakana naso. Nivumbulule izinto zethu. So I was still saying, with Fitzroy, we were young. It could have been Nizawayazi AGM 1972, 1973. But every morning he played for us, young, gifted, and black. And now, as Umdomdala, I'm saying he was instilling our voice, as you are putting it. And in our street, but tinange 70s, kwangekho TV, kwangekho cell phone. So form of recreation and entertainment was singing. Our age, there's nobody who's saying, I can't sing. Because ngela xesha singing was like talking. And when ukumamele usithi, akho mntu ungena talent. And even if I'm not talent, I loved what you said about collaborating. I always call it spirit of community.
Yes.
So, tina sasidlala around us, sidlala games. Everybody held a role. Kwangekho mntu kuzawuthiwa you're not able to play a role.
Yeah.
Ndandiqine egqithi ndingakwazi ujiva, ndingakwazi udla, ndandiqinile, ndingakwazi uma ngentloko, ndingakwazi ukwenza isidwedo. But ndakhula, coming to courage, ndakhula ndisithi ndizazifunda ezi zinto and ndizawubabonisa. It was a voice in me. So I'm trying to encourage you, because this week I was telling Ukutilo Secangwam was a Ghana. Unbabale namhlanje. I live in Cape Town. I always say I love Joburg, but Joburg is very expensive. Cape Town, it rains 7 rand 50. So if you have a 50 rands per day, you're able to do what you need to do.
Yeah.
So mcimbi upa apa unzima, but spirit of community ukuthi uze nama apa. Eyona nto ndifuna unikhabulisa kuyo. You know, I always say as African people, all we need is in and around us. And I think you've elaborated on that. Now we're on Africa Day. I've been reading on Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The Africa we want. So, 2063, ngowenu. Thina abantu bangaka mhlawumbe sobe sidala salala ngo-2063. But it only dawned on me that 2063 is centenary ka 1963. It will be a centenary ka 1963, a formation of Organization of African Unity ka 1963. Think about it now. We only have 39 years left. And a lot has been done, but not much has been done. I'm parking that one for you to ponder on it. Second point to ponder on, because you are students, go and read on stories ka 1871. 1871, Utatu Tio Soga, who wrote Ulizale Sitingalako, who is said to be the first black graduate around 1840-something. By the way, Lizale Sitingalako was in competition with Nkosi Sikelele Africa at the time. But Nkosi Sikelele Africa were popularized kumama Nokthela Dube. History tukenayazi yayibenishiwe. So Tina Sazumam Miriam Makeba, who used to sing with UN, but Umam Nokthela Dube did what Umam Makeba did 60 years before Umam Makeba. Right, Siseko 1871. Then I'm talking about songwriters, 1871. Then 1871, Umama Charlotte Maxeke, who was the first black BSc graduate in 1901, graduate, or was born Umama Maxeke 1871. And again, Utatulanga Libalele Dube was born 1871, who was Umien Kamam Noctela Dube. Here's another point that's very important for you music students. Utatulanga Libalele Dube no Mama Noctela, they published a book around 1901, 1902, Zulu Songbook. And kutiwa choral music is, what's the word, based on that book. So please find the book. Yeah, there's a lot to share, but maybe there will be a platform some other day. Thank you.
Siyabonga, ma. Thank you so much. Is there any more comments or questions? I think we're good. Is there? Oh, sorry, I missed you. Yes.
Just on what Jennifer, I'm so sorry. On what you said. Okay. On what you said about sounding like the people that we learn from. Something that my lecturers, a lot of them told me, was like you said, it's not bad to sound like these people because it's the people you're learning from. Because as a musician, you listen and emulate. You hear and try to repeat, and that's how you learn. So I don't think it's a bad thing to sound like Ella, because you'll never be Ella, but you can have a little bit of her. And musicians across the board have always had a little bit of this person. Whoever came after Charlie Parker, who was listening to Charlie Parker, would do a little bit of Charlie Parker and come out of that doing their own thing. Someone else would do a Miles Davis and come out of it doing their own thing. So I don't think, especially because we're still at the beginning, it's the best thing to sound like Ella, because it means you're hearing and you're listening and you are understanding the language more than you think. But you're never going to be her. So rest assured in knowing that you're not going to be her ever. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I don't know what the next okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna do one more song. Yeah, no, I think Into Mama Aithetile is very important. Yeah. We can have a whole, I didn't want to even comment because we can have a whole lot of things to say about that. We can have a whole other workshop, not even a facilitated discussion. Yeah, we don't, I think it is important for us to like you were saying, our musical history, it's very vast and very incredible. Like just Tsurisaka Mam Nogutela is, it's crazy. She was even overseas singing and playing, and we don't know that.
I always say to youngsters, heritage is an untapped industry. Just find your own fabric and develop from there. I've been pondering, I was born before technology. I don't know social media, I only know WhatsApp, and it's not my space. But again, I'm saying collaboration. I'm pondering on economics of passion, because I find people who are extremely talented, extremely wise, in extremely everything, are extremely under-resourced. So it's for you, next generation, to come up with answers for that. Kuba yonke le history iphinde ibhalwe ngabanye abantu ibe ngabo ababenefitayo materially from it.
Enkosi ma, enkosi.
Uthando lunje alusoze lwaba khona. Uthando lunje lupholisa kamanxeba ngaze ngathandwa ngendlela emangalisayo. Angikaze ngilubone lolu thando lunje, futhi ngeke ngiphinde ngilubone. Uthando lunje alusoze lwaba khona. Uthando lunje lupholisa onke amanxeba, lwaguqula futhi lwavuselela zonke izingxenye zami. Uthando lubonga lolu mhlaba lonke, ngabe futhi ngiphinde ngilubone. Uthando lunje alusoze lwaba khona. Uthando lunje lupholisa onke amanxeba ngaze ngathandwa ngendlela emangalisayo. Angikaze ngilubone lolu thando lunje, futhi ngeke ngiphinde ngilubone. Angikaze ngilubone lolu thando lunje, futhi ngeke ngiphinde ngilubone. Angikaze ngilubone lolu thando lunje, futhi ngeke ngiphinde ngilubone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome. You've joined us in the second part of this fantastic workshop with Thandeka and Mr. Lonwabo. I love what you've shared this morning, and thank you to our students for just bringing such provoking questions that have also taken this discussion around creation, authenticity, your voice, your sound, collaboration, building. And as Ma was saying, just understanding that this is also pouring into a sector, it's also pouring into a resource, and those are other discussions that I am certain we are going to continue to add value to and make a difference in. Thandeka, we now have the great pleasure of asking you to facilitate some of our gifted students who are going to share a presentation with you and Lonwabo, and we are going to have Snali Temba on piano. And we are going to ask that as they present their work, that you graciously share your thoughts, your insight. Not all of the works are going to be original works. Ole and Kanisili are presenting original works. Phoebe is going to present a work by our brother Sisonke. So you were talking about him earlier on. So we're going to celebrate South African compositional works, and we'd love to just hear your vocal feedback, vocally, compositionally, and just all of your artistic thread, bringing it together as a fabric of sharing and communication with us. Thank you so much, Thandeka. So who would like to start? Ole, would you like to start? Ladies and gentlemen, so we're just going to do a quick setup, and we ask you just to stay and enjoy the student presentations with us. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for everyone who came. My name is Ulewucheng Langen, and then on the piano we've got Snali Temba. So this song that we're gonna do is an original of mine called "Mercy, O Lord." It's actually a prayer put to song, and it's the deep expressions of a repentant heart. You know, that time when you know you've messed up and you've made a mistake, and all you want is mercy from God. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it.
Before thee, come just to pray, pray you forgive me, find in me a soul to save. Remember mercy, Lord above, you who has loved me, died that you rose again, my friend and father. Remember mercy, Lord above. Who can say that you're not perfect? Who can say they know your heart? Baba ndodana moyo ngcwele usihauyele.
Thank you so much.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Firstly, that is beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
What a beautiful, like, story. Like, that's, like, really beautiful. First thing that I'm going to say is I love that melody. Can you just sing the, without the piano, it's fine. Just your first 2-3 bars.
Okay.
I come before thee, come just to pray. Pray you forgive me, find in me a soul to save. Remember mercy.
Amazing. Yeah, so beautiful. So what I want you to do, Chantal, what did you say I must do? Am I just giving feedback or am I just giving like a little bit of a... Okay. Okay. So, can you sing it without the piano, no? No, just those verses again. But sing them like you are talking to the person. And it's like somebody there's nobody else here. It's just, you're just talking to the person.
Does anybody have water? Because that would be great.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say something quickly, and then then I'll give you my feedback.
I come before thee, come just to pray. Pray you forgive me, find in me a soul to save. Remember mercy, Lord above.
Nice. Can you play just that, just once? Yeah, just like the first few bars. And then you sing that. You sing
I come before thee, come just to pray. I pray you forgive me, find in me a soul to save. Remember mercy, Lord above.
beautiful. That's beautiful. So I love that melody. It's like gonna stay in my head. The first thing that I wanted to say to you, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the song. I know you're trying to do like a sort of like a atmospheric thing there. When you do that, just like be confident about it. So just like go for it, man. Because if you don't go for it, we don't know if you made a mistake, and we also don't know we don't know what's happening. So just do it, and then another thing, just like relax.
Yeah.
You know, because you've got the voice. I think you have to trust your pianist and just glance at him, but you breathe, because when you're anxious, he gets anxious. And then secondly or thirdly, what I did want to say, I wasn't sure if I was like, I'm not sure if the key is slightly high. Maybe in your spare time with what's your name again? Sinali Tamba. With the Sinali Tamba playing, just play with a few keys. You want to be able to sing it in a place where it just feels relaxed. It is a beautiful key, but I feel like it might be like a semitone too high. You can sing up there, but you just want to be able to sing there comfortably, so that when you don't want it to all be up. You want it to be more relaxed, so that when you do go up there, it's, oh wow, as opposed to, okay, it's been going up for quite a while. And then the reason why we did that exercise
was because I wanted you to get comfortable with the melody, with the song, because the more you did it, the more easy it felt. So as you practice it, just like sing and walk it, have Sinali playing it, and yeah, just you've got the song. I don't think that there's like a lot to do. I think it's a beautiful composition. It's a really beautiful composition. Just trust the places where you're frilling. So trust the intro. So in the intro and the outro, be certain of what you want to do. If you are going to do an atmospheric thing, do it with more confidence. And also in the ending, I'm sure you're still trying to figure out how you're gonna close it. You know what to do. You've got it. But then also there, I think just have more faith in what you're doing. I loved your improv. It was beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was great. I just think can you start it from the beginning? You don't have to sing the whole thing. Just like sing first two, 3 verses with that in mind, with the more relaxedness. When you're opening that atmospheric thing, go for it. Don't worry, he'll catch you. When you're ready to go to the verse, then indicate. But don't indicate before you're ready. He'll catch you. He's got the music in front of him. You know the music. And then when you're ready, just start here and then walk a little bit while you're singing the verse. And then you can stop when you're there. But just walk, nobody's here. I just want to feel a bit more relaxed. I think, yeah. So let me sit down.
I come before thee, come just to pray. Pray you'll forgive me, find in me a soul to save. Remember mercy, Lord above. You who has loved me, you died and you rose again. My friend and Father, give me a holy heart. Remember mercy, Lord above. Who can say that you're not perfect? Who can say they know your heart?
Well, we didn't have to do anything. I think we just had to start it again. No, but like on the real, it's a beautiful composition. I think, like I said at the beginning, trust yourself. Your songs, like your voice is so beautiful, and what you have to say is even more beautiful. So just don't worry about us. We're here for you. So you just have to stand here and be like, okay, guys, you're here for me. I'm going to tell you what I've got to tell you. And because it's 2 worlds apart now. So you know this. Just remember to breathe. And then
Have water.
Have water, have water, but then also like just breathe and trust him. Like trust you, because your body language will also show when you're still nervous for him. You see, because so have that relaxed body language, trust him, and just go. Because now I don't think it's too high, but still, if you want, just explore a little. But I don't think it's too high. I think it's beautiful. Well done.
Is it afternoon already? Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, for those who are not here, my name is. Can I just put this down? My name is Phoebe Mkaji. So I am performing a song by Sisonke Konti. It is called Bonisile. Absolutely beautiful composition. If you ever have time, go and listen to it. It's beautiful. Same person on piano. Lo do do yo, wa lo do do do, lo yo, lo yo.
Bandito
I don't know what I'm gonna say. Yo, I nifuna ukungikhalisa live it. Hayibo. Nifuna ukungikhalisa. That was beautiful. Yo, really, I don't know what I'm gonna say. I think delivery 100%. Yes, you know. I think the important thing, and I think this is like a masterclass on it, understanding the meaning of a song. And Usisonke wrote this song for somebody, right? It's a dedication. But your interpretation of it is also a dedication. It might not to be to his intended person, but you have somebody in mind. And I think if you can put whatever you did there, that intention, that heart into every other song that you do, it's gonna be amazing. Because we don't want anything else. Siyazibona zonke lezi zinto, all the frills, all the stuff that you learn wherever. What we want is to see your heart in the music. And we got that. We got the message. We saw you. We saw your heart. And if you can just do that for every other song that you do for the rest of your life, then, girl, then it's amazing. And also how you communicated with your pianist is beautiful. Yeah, I think that's important. That piano vocalist communication with your audience. If I do say one thing, just try not to move your mic too much. But apart from that, yeah, because it's just nice if you have it in one hand, then you can also feel free, whatever. But apart from that, you captured the essence of the song. You were present, and we felt what you were feeling, and that's
that's all you want, right? Is for us to feel your heart. We felt it. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kanyisile. I will be singing an original song. It's not jazz at all. Not even a little bit of it, like nothing. It's leaning more towards the R&B side. Yeah, it's an original song. It's called When I See You. Disclaimer, it is not about making love, it's nothing sexual. And I feel like I just need to say this because the lyrics may allude to that, but it's not that at all. When I See You is about basically when you're in a situation, like a romantic situation, when you know you're not supposed to be there, but you're still there because sometimes a familiar face may seem like a safe space. And that's not always the case. But this is from the perspective of the person who sort of knows they have the upper hand in the situation, so therefore they know that they can manipulate. This is not from my side, but it's from that side. Yes. Yeah, okay. And I will be using a backing track. You can start.
Hey, I don't know, but I don't know what I was supposed to come and do here. Really, I don't know. Firstly, that's a beautiful song. It's so fun. It's so, like, I get why you gave the disclaimer, but also, you know what?
A note. Never do it. Let your audience think what they think. You know what the song is about. Trust, yeah, just it's fine. Like it's. I think sometimes we want to explain what our music means or whatever. Let the audience figure it out. You can explain, and it's also nice if you don't tell them at the beginning, tell them at the end, and then they're like, "Oh, what?" But really, I enjoyed it. I also just enjoyed how you didn't let the song fall. Sometimes we'll have a tendency, like if we're singing like an R&B, we tend to relax. We tend to be like, oh, okay, it's more groovy, and we rely on the rhythm of the song or the beat to push us. But you used your vocal technique. You were there. You were present. You carried the song. I think your melody is beautiful. The lyric is like you want to keep listening and keep involved. Yeah, I mean, you guys are brilliant. I think you gave me some Rihanna vibes. Yeah, it's beautiful. I enjoyed it. We can't wait to hear it on the radio. Yeah, hey, that's too little.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank our Wits students for their presentation. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you. That was Kanisile, Phoebe, and Ole. Tanteka, your graciousness is so filled with wisdom, and every measure that you've shared with regard to expressing so much of who you are as an artist has lifted and elevated all of us here. I know I speak for us, right? I know I speak for our Wits students here this morning. I know that we wanted more, but we want more from you. Is that okay? Before we break away for lunch, can I ask Tandeka if you could sing us 2 more songs before you leave us this afternoon? And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Andile Kamala, who is the director of this program at Wits School of Arts, celebrating Africa Day, we want to thank our guests. We want to thank all of our teams here, my colleagues, Mr. Happiness Mushape, as well as Mr. Mfundu Nkosi for all the technical work. I really want to thank our students. Please let me also introduce Mr. Snelly Timber on keyboard. Thank you so much, sir. And also thank you to Rhapsody Studios, who's been a really big part of collaborating and getting everything in order for today. Thank you also to our Wits Head of Music, Mr. Professor Carla Mombelli. It's been a really great pleasure facilitating everybody. And I know that there's another session happening. It's happening at 2. And please do check the program for that. But you are more than welcome to stay and join us for those events as well. Thank you, Tandeka. May your journey be rich, may it be filled with melody, may it be filled with the expression of all that you put closest to your heart. And we look forward to the next album. Rise and rise again. Thank you, Tandeka.
ngane yami uya ekhaya umama ukulindile ngane yami uya ekhaya umama ukulindile ngane yami uya ekhaya umama ulindile ngane yami uya ekhaya wahamba ngaphandle kwemvumo yami inhliziyo yami yakudabukela wathathwa ngaphandle kwemvumo yami inhliziyo yami yakudabukela ngane yami uya ekhaya umama ulindile ngane yami uya ngane yami uya
ngane yami buya ekhaya. Ngane yami buya ekhaya.
Tani, molweni, othethayo nguNomakhwezi uMafaku uManqaba. NdinguMafaku uThahlakandayeni uNdamase Impondokazi uhlamba ngobubende. Ndizalwa kumhlaba waseTsomo. Ndingumsebenzi apha eWits University. Ukwenza nje ndiyanamkela nonke kwi-Africa Day celebration yalapha eWits. Kulena isession kuzabe kuthetha okanye kudyusha iXhosa Cultural Student Society yalapha eWits University. So ndinikela kubo, over to you guys.
Vulikaya, Toleleng Kunzi Zonkuba, Vulikaya waziwa sisizwe, Lunyafu loma velelo, Yingangalala, and Kashelu Vulikaya, Sonking courses are quite close and is Kashele. Sipini masi sale Afrika siyisele. Sondelani ndinkakele kuba kuliqhiza sispeaker senyamazana nisitya silikhaya kodwa lo mbongo unqathelwa ngobumala nomhlophe. Seningaxhali nizanixelele enye into. Seningaxhali kuba ndiyayenza lento. Ekakanye xa ndizawuthetha ndifuna usungula icele khe basondele okhalipha khe bathi qelele izidwa ngube zithi pheselele ngoba kulo mgiba ndifundise yene ndithi Afrika mzo wakho bisumqolo kokhokho bethu yoko eliyokozelayo. Allow me to acclaim the beauty of Africa from the mountains to the hills of Africa. Kakade mabedati arikiti keng buhwadi libubunzi biasitso sa Africa kamuka. Degam yo.
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Sangemhluzi. Umamjolo, umamusha uthwesa uqubulashi nomngoma. Into wena umngoma ongawelayo wela zinkonjane zodwa. I come from the small town called Tsomo in the Eastern Cape. I am the deputy chairperson of the Wits Cultural Union of Students, commonly known as XCAS. I am here to present the Wits Cultural Union of Students. The Wits Cultural Union of Students was established in 2001 by a group of Xhosa-speaking students coming from the Eastern Cape in order to create a home away from home for Xhosa-speaking students. Its mission is to empower unity through the Xhosa tapestry. It celebrates tradition, embraces diversity, and builds harmonious tomorrow. It strives to connect us to our roots, instill pride in our shared cultural heritage. The Wits Cultural Union of Students fosters connection, break down barriers, nurture a sense of collective identity. It celebrates timeless tradition through events, workshops, and initiatives. It embraces diversity as the heartbeat of our society. It promotes academic enrichment, cross-cultural learning, and mentorship programs. You must be wondering why the union, because this name union is emphasized in a political manner. But the Wits Cultural Union, so the word union in XCAS, it emphasizes the unity of all the Eastern Cape kingdoms that XCAS is composed of. These kingdoms include Amabata, Amahlubi, Abathembu, Amampondomise, Amahlubi, and Amamfengu. The Wits Cultural Union of Students elected tribe leaders of each kingdom to represent each kingdoms from the Eastern Cape in order for them to feel welcomed and not left out. The West Xhosa society embraces each culture through music, food, clothing, language, and also hosting events. Coming to the language aspect, isiXhosa has been officially used in written form for approximately 200 years, since the early 19th century when missionaries first began transcribing the language. In its status as an official language of South Africa since 1994, has further cemented its importance and use in contemporary society. The West Xhosa Cultural Union of Students embraces its language through the book club, where students meet and read and analyze books, read and analyze poems, and share short stories. It also established the 30 seconds game in isiXhosa, whereby members learn about general items and has played a significant role in helping students learn basic Xhosa food names, animal history, and many more. The society also features poets. Coming to the music and dance aspects, the Cultural Unions of Students established a program called Buyelembu Wednesday, where students meet every Wednesday and teach one another music, different kinds of songs and dances. These songs includes umombelo, umhala, and Xhosa prayer songs. We also teach one another different kinds of dances, like imfene, umxhenso, and many more. We also use different kinds of instruments, drum and umkhube so far. We are also looking forward to find uhati as well. This picture here, demonstrates our cultural officer Oyintando Dubula playing umkhube during our orientation week, where we recruiting students to come and join the West Xhosa society. Coming to the food aspects, there's various types of traditional foods, including umqa, imifuno, inxoxa, amaceba, umvubo, and ulusu, as well as inkobe. The West Xhosa Cultural Union students usually showcases the traditional foods used during Heritage Month or Heritage Day hosted by Wits University. In 2023, the West Xhosa Cultural Union of Students showcased umqa, umvubo, umngqusho, and inkobe, as well as ulusu. I am going to hand over to Uzuko Bangela, our academic officer, Udosi.
Good greetings to the house at large. Ome pamkweni nguzuko. Uphuma kwisapho lakwaBangela, ndingudosini Qokhani Ncina. Ndizoqhubekeka ngepresentation. As my colleague has mentioned to you guys, under like indibano yethu kukufundisana ngamaXhosa, it's to teach each other about isiXhosa and the whole nation at large. So as she mentioned, we have different kingdoms under amaXhosa, and I'm gonna show you how sorry. Yes, so I'm gonna start with the Amampondo kingdom. So the picture here is a typical Pondo young girl. That's how they dress, and the present king is King Zanuzuka Stau. So this is a very beautiful and lovely nation. Amampondo alilizele. Yeah. Secondly, we have Abatembu. Their current king is King Buyelekhala Dayingebo. This is a very special nation to South Africa, I believe. Utatu Nelson Mandela, he was also a Tembu, and he's one of the world's respected politicians. He also comes from the Abatembi people, yes. And these are the typical clothings that you would find for Abatembu people, sorry. Then, thirdly, we have Amaxhosa. So Amaxhosa are the bigger nation or the bigger kingdom, and their current king is King Ahlangene Vulikaya Sqawu, who succeeded his brother who passed on in 2019. May his soul rest in peace. So the pictures here display or show you the typical dressing for the Amaxhosa people. Here is a young girl, and on your right is a typical young man. Moving on, we have Amabhaca. Ndicela Amabhaca alilizele. So Amabhaca, their current king is King Matsikani. He is the current leader of Amabhaca people, and he's been involved in various initiatives and promotions that promote the culture of Amabhaca people, because it's not very well known. And our deputy chairperson, Uqawa Mlobe lapha, uphuma kwisizwe samabhaca naye. We also think that brings us to the end of our technology yasikhula nathi sibancinci. So we are going to move on to hosting events. So as a society, as Uqawa mentioned that when we first come here as Umxhosa, as iHlubi, as iBhaca, as Umthembu, ufika apha mhlawumbe ungazazi. For example, I grew up in Velkom, so I didn't grow up in a place that is full of Xhosa speaking people or Mpondomise speaking people. So when I got to Wits, I got to learn about all these things. So a platform in which one gets to learn about all these different kingdoms is us hosting events. So we hosted a very big event last year in November, and we mentioned the title of the event was called Buyambo Bielembo Mzontsundu, which simply means let's go back to our roots. So because, as I mentioned, that it was a big event, it was featured on Indaba Zethu, which is on channel 163. It was also featured on SABC1, Isindebele News. It was also featured on Ikaya Kelele at SABC Plus. We also had the privilege of hosting, or being rather privileged to have hosted delegations from the royal family. The late Queen, who passed on last year, was also part of the delegations. I'm not sure if Ngambona ukona alpha naye. We also had, because as a union, because we teach each other, we also had delegations from the UP Xhosa Society, because sometimes work went hand in hand. So they also came to show us support. So moving on to 2024, our first event as the society was to host an Imbizo Yamakwala. IsiXhosa sometimes it's hard to translate. I can't translate Imbizo Yamakwala. So the aim of the event was to empower young men. And I remember one of the themes, or one of the key themes was how can, as young men, how can we purge the current high gender-based violence in South Africa? It was one of our themes for the Imbizo Yamakwala. Apart from empowering young men and teaching them about life at university, we also wanted to make them aware of the current state of the nations, particularly to women and children, as we know that we are the future of the country, and if we want to purge gender-based violence, it starts with us. We also had wonderful panelists. We had Mr. Andile Nebulani, whom we know as Udali from Generations, SABC1, 8 o'clock. We also had Mr. Sivuyilo Kyongolo, who's from Newsroom Africa. We also had our very own ex-CAS alumni, Uputi Kamva Spellman, who's also here today. He was also one of the key speakers in our... Danko. An interesting fact about Uput Kamva, how I believe he also helped in promoting Xhosa Zethu was when there was a film back then, I forgot the year, because he felt as though like the film didn't display our culture ngendlela right. He was one of the activists against publicizing things that we hold as sacred kwi Xhosa Sethu, so I respect him for that. So moving on, the second event that we hosted was Masibeleni Embo. This was the second event that we hosted as ex-CAS, and it was also a success. We had thing is ACX-CAS, I don't know, it's like Sine anointing, you know. We had very special and amazing people joining us on the event, and one of them, Gumama, Princess, she was also part of our, she was also part of the Masibele Mbo from 2023. She also came back, like, yes, Tanda Kakul, and then I'd say I'm Tanda. So we really love the theme that says Masibele Mbo Mzonzon, because we don't stress it enough. There's still quite a huge number of people who do not know their roots. So that's why we feel the need to always remind ourselves. And why not do that in Africa Month, you know? And the event was also hosted on the 27th of April, which was Freedom Day, you know? So we also had another keynote speaker, Umam Lusanda Mbane. If you guys watched ETV, she was playing the character of Uboniswa. So as I said, that's an anointing, you know. We also had several groups and several music groups, and as you saw here, when there was a performance, those were some of the groups that came to support us, which those groups, they also teach us the musical groups. We also had delegates from the different universities, and this year we went big because it's either you go big or you go home. So we had students from UP, we had students from WUSU, all the way in Eastern Cape. We also had students from Free State, you know. So that's why it's important for us. Yeah. So, yeah, this is Mam Lusanda, the beautiful lady in orange. And yeah, these are the guests that we had the privilege of hosting here at Wits. Yeah, I believe that brings me to the end of our presentation. Thank you so much.
amaguma Afrika amahle. Igama lami ke mina lokusabela ndinguntyatyambo Funda. NdingumAfrika kwaye ndiyazinga ngobuAfrika bam. Ndinguqhinebe ugqugqugqu uzithonge ezithathu. Ndiphuma phaa ke mna kwisasizwe semampondomise. Ndithi mandizazise. By that, I'd like to greet the house at large. So, the next part of the program now, we are going to have a panel discussion. And I'm going to ask my team to help me with the chairs, and I'm going to ask the panelists to please come and join me at the front. Enkosi kakhulu. Kubani lucho yo, kubani lucho yo, hey wenu nengake, kotuki malale. Kubani lucho yo, kubani lucho yo, hey wenu nengake, kotuki malale. Yo ha, hey wenu nengake, kotuki malale. Kubani lucho yo. Hey, when you nengake, go to Gimalale, Kubani Luchoyo, Kubani Luchoyo. Hey, when you nengake, go to Gimalale, yo ha. Hey, when you nengake, go to Gimalale, Kubani Luchoyo, Kubani Luchoyo. Hey, when you nengake, go to yo ha, hey when you nengake, go to Gamala, Kubani Luchoyo, hey when you nengake, go to Gamala, yo ha, hey when you nengake, go to Gamala, Kubani Luchoyo. Hey, when you nengake, go to Gimala, Kubani Luchoyo, hey, when you nengake, yo ha, hey, when you nengake, go to how go do man. Ndiyacamagusa ma-Afrika amahle. Hayi kukhona, there's another panelist that is coming. So by doing so, this is how we do it in the Xhosa culture. When we are waiting for someone to come, we wait for them by a song. So now they are there, they are coming. He's going to be here just now. So I want us again to be vibrant, to show them that we are Africans, to show them that singabantwana bomgquba, and we are proud to be Africans.
have that energy when they speak, so that their spirit can align with what they have to say. The mic. So that our panelists can feel it, so that what they have to say, ibe yinto mani, sencho emnandi enalanto. I think this is the last time now we are waiting. If this king doesn't come, now we are going to have to continue. I'm a queen. In the Xhosa culture, we have poets. In the Xhosa culture, we have poets in the Xhosa culture. Sometimes they just come and roar. That's just within us. And so now, Butwam, Ayman, Kosponise, let us show them who we are.
Imanje kweleta kanganga kuba bebesazi kuba ngakhwelo linye elanda umkhondo injantshontshela ukanti manje umbeli mazi yehlisa ngasibaba uphelela nabona ngoba kaloku bawuphelele majukujukwini ngoba bonqandwa zinkwenkwezi kuba kaloku ngoqondi qo ingqondo ezinqanqanqa ngamaxaba mxola lawo baxinika kuwe xa kwamaxhego exhantini ndiyabhothisa amaxhosa kwethu ngasibana kanayibona phi na into enjena kuba kaloku ifuna indoda kuba kaloku ifuna umanyano aphi namadoda kwethu andinqinele kuba kaloku umxhosa uphila ngodibanisa Yey.
Amaku. In South Africa today, we are celebrating 30 years of democracy. And these 30 years of democracy, in this panel discussion, we want to know ukuba, what about our cultures? What happened to our cultures? What happened to the impacts that the apartheid has had on our culture? How are we navigating the things? I'm just going to read something short. It's saying, during apartheid, African culture and heritage were suppressed. And over time, we are beginning to see the long-term effect of people losing their cultural identity. This brings the question, as a nation, what identity would need to be shaped to forge a unique but also social state that genuinely includes and understands the other and accepts them as South Africans or Africans. Today, I am joined by my prestigious panelists. They are very much African. And I'm going to start introducing, first of all, our mother. She is from the kingdom of Amampondomise. Ndilimpondomise nam. She, hey mama, ndisuke ndoyika ubana ngaba ndingakwazisa ngoluphi na uhlobo. She is the princess of Amampondomise. Her Royal Highness, Dr. Nikiwe Bam. Please, can you welcome her with a warm round of applause? I want to also highlight the fact that Dr. Bam was also a student here at Wits University, and so I think that it is so amazing and it is so interesting to have her come back again and to educate us about cultural identity, about who we are, to give back to the community. And I think that many people misunderstand the concept of giving back. And giving back sometimes means giving back by your knowledge. And I think that this is exactly what she is doing today. Siphinde ke sibe nondwendwe lwethu oluphakamileyo kakhulu nalo. We are joined also by Mr. Kamva Spielman. He is from the financial service sector. He was also part of the Xhosa Cultural Union of Students committee. He is a cultural activist because if I remember very well, there was a time when a show called Inxeba featured a very sensitive part of our culture, which by our culture was not supposed to be shown to the public. He was one of those activists who stood up in front of the Great Hall and he said, "This is not going to happen, not during our time." Ladies and gentlemen, can you please simamkele ngezandla ezifudumeleyo. We are also joined by Ujola. Ujola ke uqengeba, they say. I'm also going to give them a chance to introduce themselves and to introduce themselves a little, just to have something to say. Ujola ke naye uphuma phaa kwesasizwe. Ojola ke baphaa kwesasizwe samaMpondomise. He is also a cultural activist. You'll find him there on Twitter, protecting our culture, protecting our heritage. And I think that this is something that we all need to do when they speak bad about our culture without ulwazi olunengqiqo. That we come and we say no, and that we come and we protect our culture and our identities. Ladies and gentlemen, ndicela samkele ngezandla ezishushu uba uJola. Apha ke ecaleni kwam, I am joined by my colleague. We grew up together in the rural areas of Edutywa. We started to learn English in grade 3. From grade R up until grade 2, we never understood what English was. And so he is someone that I grew up with and very close with. And today we are here at Wits University. He is the cultural officer of our society. He is the one who ensures that all the different kingdoms of the Eastern Cape here are represented and that no kingdom from the Eastern Cape feels inferior. Ladies and gentlemen, ndicela samkele ngezandla ezishushu nezinobubele our cultural officer. I think I forgot something. I forgot to introduce myself. I think I care too much to an extent that sometimes I would even put myself aside. You know, ubana ngaba ndibeka abanye abantu kuqala. Igama lami ke mna ndinguNtyatyambo Funda. I am the chairperson of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, I am asking you to borrow us your ears as we unpack a lot of issues, that have affected our cultural identity as Africans. Enkosi. So this is going to be posed to our panelists. So we understand that now we are celebrating 30 years of democracy. but umbuzo umile ukuba in these 30 years of democracy, what happened to our cultures, what happened to the wounds of the apartheid, and how that has affected who we are, our cultural identity as Africans. And I think that these are conversations that we really need to have. So I think I'm going to pose it to our princess, Utatanigi Bam. So we want to know, how did the apartheid specifically suppress African culture and heritage, and what were some of the immediate impacts of that to our communities?
Molweni, yathetha umboko. Mandibulele, ndibulise, ndizazise njengoba besetshilo wathi sothi qaba ndingumangxabane, ndingurhibela, ndingubhabha nomhlehlo, ndilutholo lomthwakazi, ndingumeyiwe, ndingumncokazi, ndiphuma pha eNgcobo, e-Eastern Cape. Sibulela elithuba silifumeneyo kwidyunivesithi yaseWits. Ndingomnye wabafundi ababeke bafunda apha, ndisenza i-Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and Applied Chemistry. And I worked a lot here at Wits Theatre as a student assistant for different shows, for just extra income. Because as we come from the Eastern Cape, most of us, when you come to universities, we really don't really afford the cost, from printing to buying a textbook and food. It's also one of the most challenges that we come across when we come to the institutions. Hence, we find the associations like the Xhosa Society and other cultural associations that are here are very important, because this is where you can find your sister or someone that you can cry to. So I worked here as well, and most people thought that I was doing drama at the time, because when you are a drama student, you have an opportunity to work at the Wits Theatre. But as a science student, I had that opportunity because I love culture, drama, and everything. So I'm from the rural areas. I grew up there, and I was not too much exposed to the suppression. Like, being exposed is that, I think 1994, I was 10 years. I did not know what elections were. I remember the songs of the struggle, Khulula Mandela, Oliver Tambo, and all those songs. But as a young rural girl, you will not really get exposed to the real issues of apartheid. But as you grow up, you think that this is how you're supposed to be, this is how things are supposed to be, because you are just in this area, things look normal to you until you are reaching the stage of being a young person, and you learn about what has happened, and you also see the inequalities. You see how we became westernized, people losing their cultures, their identity, and being scared when you come to institutions of higher learning. How am I going to cope? But I think that is also the effects of apartheid and suppression. Because if we felt that education was part of life, was meant for us, then you will not be scared when you come to institutions of higher learning, because you will be exposed to what education is supposed to be. Even back home, you will know. And you will not be scared of coming to an institution because you are curious. You are exposed to the things at home, and you know that when you come to the university, it should actually make you know more about what you already know. But the education system also sometimes it diverts you totally from your own identity, and you start to learn things that really do not matter in your life, things that you know that le nto ndiyifundayo ngoku andiyazi bizawundisapha ebomini bam. So I think those are the long-term effects of apartheid, which we are still experiencing today when you look into issues of jobs, unemployment. Young people, they graduate, but they don't get jobs. It means that the education system as a whole, it was never aligned to us as indigenous people. It never equipped us. So, Utata used to tell us, "Ukuthi bantwana bam, I don't want you to learn niyoqashwa ngabelungu." Because Utata wasuka ekhaya, wazosebenza koMagaliesburg. Bekhatywa phaya ngabelungu bebizwa ngamagama wonke. So from that experience, wayengafuni umntana uzoba neboss, wayefuna into yobana sifunde sikwazi ukuzisebenza sibe namabhizinisi senze imisebenzi yezandla. So ndicinga into yobana zezinye ke izinto ezenzayo into yobana singakwazi ukubambelela kwingcambu zethu. Because when apartheid came, I don't want to prolong this, ndiyise kwi-slavery, ndiyise kwizinto ezininzi, you understand? Because ezi zinto zobana sigqalazwe labazali bethu, basuswe phakathi kwethu, zasuka apho. And nalapho ukuthi basebenze, bamane besesegoli, yonke lando, it actually made us ukuthi singayazi culture yethu, singakwazi ukuphila, singayazi impilo right, ba impilo enjani.
Thank you so much, Nkosazana. And I think that's something that I've taken note of, is the fact that when we transitioned from the apartheid to us saying that we are now having democracy, I think we forgot to include in the education system our indigenous knowledge, which is what is making us lose our cultural identity when we get to the higher learning of institutions, because they are not teaching us about who we are, but rather they are taking exactly what was imposed to them by the apartheid system, and now they took it as it is. And I think now that's going to take me to my second question, and I think that I'm going to pose that one to you, Mr. Xhosa. And I want to know, maybe if you can provide us with examples of how this suppression of the apartheid has affected the intergenerational transition of traditions and knowledge.
Manibambe ngazo zozibini kuXhosa luthethayo ujolo mphankomo qengebe ungwanye uthola umthwakazi usomahwahwa. To answer your question, I'd first say prior colonization we had African customary laws, and after colonization what was introduced to us were the three policies: the religious policy, the English policy, and the third one, the Roman Dutch law. So if ujonga ukhule ezikolweni, the Model C schools, if ufumanwe uthetha isintu sakowini, you were punished, even if communicating to a fellow African. And then to leyo isichaphazele engqondweni zethu, because we grew up thinking English is the only special or better languages compared to our native languages. Ukhula xa ungakwazi uthetha isilungu up to date uyahlekwa, ubonakala njengeqaba. But we don't see that on other people, kuthi thina abantu abamnyama. And ibhlungu lento leyo, you find maybe a 5-year-old akakwazi uthetha nabantu abadala emakhaya, because for him or her to understand what is being communicated, it has to be communicated in English, because it was made the medium language of communication. Kudala prior colonization, when kunamatyala bekuhlalwa phansi komthi kuxoxwe ukuthi okay, sibani ubile or usibani wenze ntoni, lixoxwe lityala. Namhlanje, yes, as much as bathi African customary laws are included, but matter of fact is azina weight as they were before colonization. Up to date now, Roman Dutch law rules esizweni sakho, with meaning we are foreigners in our own land, because we are ruled by Roman Dutch laws. Even when maybe a president is sworn in as a president, you say, so may help me God, meaning you are being sworn under Roman Dutch law. our belief systems were demonized. Let's say as an African, you have what we term as ingulo, a calling. You are being called to become umngoma igqirha. It was labeled as witchcraft act, meaning what was ours was frowned upon in and was replaced with what was foreign to us. Xa ndithi ndifika ndithi igama lam nguXhosa, kuzothiwa what is your Christian name? Because this name lelamaqaba eligama lamkelekanga. So for us to enroll you esikolweni, let us first give you a Christian name. Xa ndivukwa ngabantu abadala kuzothiwa no, this is demonic. We saw during COVID, indigenous healers were sidelined, and what was termed as kukuba zinitsi zabantu kuthiwa abanikwa permit were Western doctors. But prior colonization, we had amagqirha xa ndihlutshwa intloko I know ukuthi hayi khandiye kwela xhwele ndiyofuna uncedo kulo. But now mangingena eteksini ndihleli phambi kwegqirha I feel ukuthi ish lo mntu lona manje uzondisulela ngento zakhe. So those are the after effects of the apartheid system. And xa ujonga broken family systems, they are the after effects of the apartheid system, because bekuseparate utata kuthiwa wena hamba uyosebenza eRhawutini, shiya umfazi ushiya abantwana. Makefika lo mntu eRhawutini wenzani? Uthola amanye amantombi ushiya umfazi endlini. So abantwana will grow up without a father figure. So I think those are the after effects esifacana nazo up to date. Ndiyabulela.
Wow, thank you so much, Xhosa. I think there was a lot that you said about, you know, how when our parents were being taken away from us, and how that made us not to know exactly, how that made us not to know the language, how that made us not to know the knowledge that we are supposed to know. And I think you also touched on something that is very important, which I think is very important, on how we saw during apartheid, how our tribal leaders, how our indigenous doctors were sidelined. And this is just to show you, I think this should just give you an idea and a picture in mind of how, you know, during these 30 years of democracy, how our cultural identities are still being bashed, are still being put aside, are still being labeled, are still being othered. And I think now the next question that I'm going to pose is going to go to Mr. Spielman. And I have to also mention to my panelists and to everyone who's watching that I think that we are running a little out of time. So and then ibe so that kuzokwazi bakuvala kuqedwe. So now Mr. Gamba, I'd love to know, Dr. Nikiwe Bam and Mr. Xhosa, they've already touched on the wounds and the impacts and the after impacts that the apartheid has had on us as Africans, on how all of that has made us lose our identity, on how we are forced to have Christian names, on how we are forced to practice what is not ours. So I'd love to know from you, we are celebrating 30 years of democracy, and still I don't think that Tina is about to be seen to, we really have, we are really accommodated with democracy. So I really want to know from you, about what it is that you think can be done in terms of the policies to foster an inclusive South Africa, to foster, and for our tribal leaders as well, and for our kings and queens as well, to be given the respect.
Thank you so much. Igama lami nguKamva wakwaSpelman Sikisi kodwa ngokuhlala hlala eqonqo. Iyavakala? Okay. Yes. Okay. I think Sis Nobuti, they stated why we are here. It's because of segregation. That's the reality. Why were we segregated? It's because of the trading system. That's the sole purpose we're here. It's the trading system. Now the question is, uhulumende angayenza South Africa ibe ngcono njani for
30 years of democracy?
100%. As it stands, South Africa is driven by what? That's the reality. It's driven by trade. It's driven by ukupila. Ne? That's the reality. So the first step that government needs to do is to respect the kings. Ne? But the issue is that government is not going to respect the kings. Why government is not going to respect the kings? The government that we are having currently, we don't know who runs that government. And remember, if you are giving kings power, it simply means that black people are going to be united. Ne? In particular, let's talk about Xhosa. The reality is, Abelungu do not want black people to unite because unity is power. Ne? So now, as it stands, government alone can never give black people or the cultural leaders power. It's only us black people that will have to advocate. It's only us black people that will have to to influence policy makers in parliament to say, policy makers, we are of a view that the current government system that is in place is not working. Why is it not working? Because of 1, 2, 3. We count everything. And we request that you as government, you give the king's budget to run the municipals. That's the most important thing. You fund municipal. As it stands, not municipal, the kings. As it stands, the government does not fund the kings, and the kings are unable to produce or sustain their people. So what happens if the kings are unable to sustain their people? The people come to Joburg where there are white people and other cultures. They forget about their cultures. Why? Because bafuna ukuphila, which is what the current government is doing. So really, it's all about influencing policymakers and also advocating that government gives the kings enough money. A very good example. What is happening? Let's talk about realities. Look at how powerful KZN is. Why is KZN powerful? Because those people are united, and that king gets the most budget. Gets the budget, he plows to his people. Then most of the Zulu people are not going to go to other provinces. They will continue stay in that province. They speak their language, they speak their terms, they plow in their province. Why? Because there's enough money to do that. As it stands, that's that. So what we need Mfowethu, it's a policy that is going to say, government, you need to give this king this much, because these are the programs that they want to implement. And then when they are implementing those programs, that's when now AmaXhosa are going to be united. Bazohlala endaweni yabo in peace.
Thank you so much, Mnumzana Spellman. And I also have to mention the fact that we have Udronigwe Baum here with us, who is the founder of African Young Indigenous Leaders, an organization that focuses on bringing back the dignity of our kings and queens. And I think when you mentioned, that came to my mind, when you mentioned that we also need to take the space, we also need to make sure that we are on our own. We need to make sure that for us to be cultural identities, we need to step up ourselves. And I think now the next question is going to be posed to one of our youngest panelists here with me. As a young person living in democracy, where do you see us in the future, in the next 20 years to come? Do you see us as people who are still abantu who are still lost, I'd say, as abantu we have still lost, who are not abangekayazi cultural identity yabo?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's very scary how, as a young person, I look at the environment that we are in right now, because first of all, I've looked at the pre-colonial time, the colonial time, the apartheid time, and what we call democracy today, which is neo-colonialism, by the way. And the neo-colonialism that we're facing today is perpetuated by our leaders, who are African, by the way. And I would say that, I'm not sure whether it's a proper word to say puppet or whatsoever, but yes, I would like to say that they are perpetuating colonialism, and that is what we call neo-colonialism. As young people, we need to also perpetuate, which is the freedom of our cultures. We need to free our cultures in a way such that what we're doing right now, if ever we managed to get more people, young people, to do what we are doing right now. In the next 20 years, I assure you that at least enlightening those young people, we would have done much work. It's a matter of how we, as young people, perpetuate the numbers. We need numbers, because if we were short in numbers, then it's going to be difficult. So if we reach out to other young people, enlighten them, conscientize them, and let them know that this is the right way. We are African people. We are natural people. We interpret nature in order to interpret the Creator. And this is how we should be doing things. And it's a pity that young people, even in classes, in this very same environment we are in, when there's a question of decolonization, question of land, there are black people, young as me, who would answer and say, no, sir, what are we going to do with the land? And to me, it's an insult. And one day I stood up and said, that is an insult. I, for one, work the land. And the only reason it's a subsistence farming, it is because someone took a land. And if we conscientize those young people, then there'll be nothing like that again, and we'll then continue to decolonize ourselves in the next 20 years, as you said.
Wow, that was very powerful, and I wish that a lot of young people maybe are watching this live right now. And we need to be very cautious of the things that we say. We need to be very cautious of we need to be cultural aware of izinto zethu. Siyazi into yokubana ngaba umhlaba ngowethu kwaye ke iAfrika yona iza kubuya. And I think that we need to be mindful also of what we say as young people. And ndingumuntu ke mna ke oyithandayo kakhulu when you say something uyithethe ngohlobo olunengqiqo, not just say it for the sake of you having to say it. And I think that I have to applaud you, Mnumzana Dubula, for standing for our culture, for making sure that when they say this, you know what is right. And I think that many more young people can learn a lot from you and what you have to stand for. I think something else that we, the knowledge part, you know, the books that are being written in the history. There are people who fought the wars. There are people who came before, who is here now, who came before the leaders who are here now. And I want to know how can we tackle that, the issue of us readdressing the knowledge that is being passed on to us. Izibhaliwe ezincwadini, kubhalwe ulwazi oluthile ezincwadini, and yinto leyo esino kumcelimngeni onjalo, like kumcelimngeni esinoqobisana ngawo njani lo bokubana ngaba yes, the history part.
All right, Manpine Ndibulele. Yes, we do have a challenge with our history. And this is why for us it's very important to have the discussions that we are having today in the Institute of Higher Learning. And we have to keep on encouraging each other to research, rewrite our history, and be careful of our references. I'm talking to scholars here, I'm talking to academics as well. It's very important to note our references and how we collect that information. So I'm not sure if you're asking the question about books because I have books in front of me. But anyway, it's a good one. I had collected these books from Lovedale Press. Unfortunately, the publishers closed. If you have read isiXhosa, incwadi zikaSomgxada, ityala lamawele, ingqumbo yeminyanya. Some of these books are good to read, but just like ifilm, ibioskop, sometimes azikuxeleli the reality of the things. So we must always be mindful when we get information. Right now, we are also in the space of social media. It's very important to interrogate information that you get before you can pass it on, the same as Inwad. We also approached the heritage publishers. These books, they speak a lot about our history, about our kings, like there's Mshweshwe the First, Mzilikazi, Hoshi, others from Venda, everywhere. So what they do, they will get original text, like from people who have been managing to write, like in Swana, Sotho, they translate the books and then they publish. They are also able to go out and research. So what I liked about the people of heritage publishers is that they have walked the path. They have interviewed people. They have sat around the fires and get the information, oral history, and they have captured the stories. They also went to the authors, or maybe the first encounters, those who came to write our history. And I want to also highlight the issue of translation. Most of the time we lose our history, our identity, because when people wrote and someone came to translate a language that they did not understand, they translated wrongly. I will make an example of Ngabane, which is my clan name, Ngabane. Some people, when they call me, they say, Masinga Kabane. You know, the thing is, you know, our clans come from incidents, praises, something that will happen. So I had that thing that, oh, okay, maybe there was a conflict between two people, maybe amakhosi, and then ungxabane mhlawumbe uzofika athi, hey, masingaxabani, and then kuthi, oh, ngumasingaxabani. And then after a long time, people will start to say, ngungxabani, because I notice sometimes that I cannot tell what ngxabani means. And it happens a lot, even with uPapa Nomhlehlo. Abanye bathi uPapa Nomhlehlo lenkosi yayidla inyama then yabaleka Nomhlehlo, and then ekhaya sesikhula sithanda inyama etshebile ngoba singoPapa Nomhlehlo. Abanye bathi no, nguPapa ngoMhlehlo ngoba bayibuzile omnye nangu umlambo, because we have these two big rivers, it's and Ethina there by Tsolo and Qumbu, where our kingdom is. And then abantu bazothi hayi omnye wayencokola ebuzibana xa ungawela lo mlambo athi omnye hayi ndizopapa ngomhlehlo, meaning that I will fly with that fate. So what I'm trying to say is that it's important to have many references when you want to conclude on something. Right now we have conflicts in our kingdoms, we have conflicts in Africa as a whole because of the information that you get, and then you take that religiously. Uitate as if this is the true reflection of what really happened. But when you start to interrogate the information, get to understand the references, then it's when that we can rewrite our history. And then we understand where we came from. And importantly, we need also to understand the traditions. Amasiko esiwenzayo. Because amasiko amanye ayenziwe for that period of time, not necessarily something that needs to be passed on. So ndifuna ukutsho into yobana, let's keep researching. Doesn't matter whether you're an engineer student, please research and know about your history, rewrite, go back and advise amakhosi akithi ukuthi yazi lento kudala uyithetha ndifumene information ethi. But we must be polite, singabi aggressive when we correct this history, because it's very sensitive and it's very painful, and it dethrones amakhosi. Amako.
Wow, and mama, thank you so much. I think now we are being given a responsibility of us to go back and look at our history and look at what are the things that we need to rewrite, and look at Lona yayilolwazi na that needed to really be passed on to us, or was it a temporary thing back then? So diyabulela kakhulu kwipanelists zethu, and I think I'm just going to pose it to the audience, just one or two people who have questions for our audience, for our panelists.
Molweni, ayingombuzo bengicela ukongeza nje. into encinci. Imini special kum namhlanje ndihlala nisithi ebantwini xa bethi ama 2000 hayi kwathi ndithi hey ihlumelo likhona ninibonise lonto ininzi into ngokokuphila kuba ndimdala kunani nonke nomele bani ngabantwana bam endinoyisherisha nani ndicela nisherishe into ezimbini kuleyo mcimbi we-apartheid noko ndandisengumntu ohambayo ngelaa xesha obonayo noba ndibona kancinci hey idamage yenzekile cela unenzela owam my living example mna ndazalelwe eGugu lethu eKapa ndingumntana selokishini ekhaya kukucofa imvaba esidutyeni ndakhula nala mentality elokishi singafuni ilali into nayo utata nomama babe nobuchule babantu abadala nantso into endifuna niyiqaphele abantu abadala bayayazi into abayaziyo every holiday sithanda singathandi sasikhwelisa uBlue Line noMotal sigoduke that's the best inheritance that my parents gave me yabona xa ngumntu ukwazi ubomi belali uphinde wazi ubomi besithi uzawukwazi uphile bomini nansi ke ngoku into ekhaya kwakho amasimi kwakukho umhlaba sasingafuni uzidibanisa namasimi mos ndiyalila enhlizweni xa ndicinga ekhaya ibhokhwe zasekhaya zazi 300 ento utata eqhela ukuthi yey sasingabantwana bangamantombazana ubana ngabantwana bangamantombazana ababuboni ubutyebu literally I didn't know that livestock and land was wealth tatomkhulu brother wakhe eyinkweli yamahashi ene racing horses so ngoku sibhakeleyo benthe apha kusasa ndathi kukho agenda 2063 the Africa we want even nam ngoku ndimdala kangaka ikho ndingumntu oyithanda i-African history kakhulu but zange ndakhe ndayenza until recently i-connection that OAU was formed ngo-1963 therefore u-2063 will be i-centenary ka-OAU mamelani ke kulaa ndaba bebeyithetha yoqashwa okhokho bethu bendithethe ngomama Nokuthela kusasa owayethe economic freedom before political freedom the only ufunda kubalekile but ndithe ebantwaneni qho yithi usephaya high school bese unayo into oyithengisayo nento yenzayo cause uyawuthi ufika etertiary noko ube ukwazi uziphilela thina abazali bethu babezi domestic workers ekhaya ndandiyazi nisese higher primary uba andifundanga andisebenzanga noba ndichola ibhotile noba ndithengisa amathambo noba ndenze ntoni ndandiyazi andizufunda ukuya e-high school ndandifunda e-boarding school ndazibhatalela ngokwami kuba ndandiyazi umama notata akazukwazi fika kwami e-tertiary ndafunda ukwenza amacici nezinye izinto nalapho sasisebenza sizibhatalela ndizama unicebisa ke kufuneka uthi uba na 15 years ubugqithile ku-15 years ucebise umntana kokwenu xana 15 okhokho bethu babesithi education of the head ucinga the heart ukwazi ucingele nomnye umuntu and the hands ndithe all we need is in and around us thina ayo leadership ayontoni uba singafunda lento niyenzayo nifunde nto mna phakuni ufundisana uqokelelana sine numbers thina bekumele basize zona zityebi ukuba sonke besingazange sathenga Louis Vuitton ngoku yayiwa ile brainwashing sanxiba ezi zinto zazinxiba ngabantu bethu zithengwa kwalapha kuthi imali yethu ijikeleza apha kuthi ngesize zona zityebi kokugqibela ke ngoku benithethe ngencwadi ndicela unipha i-idea kamandi yalapha eWits mna I promote books by African writers ngelishwa I so wish benihamba Wednesday ndihamba ngoLwesibini kodwa ke mhlambi bakhona ndizakwazi uthetha nawo mamelani sibethwa ngamaSomalia ngifuna ukuquka xa ndithetha le abangoba lapha I'm not against bona yazi thina kuthiwa singabantu abazintsalo ezingenanto go back research ilima niqale nina ndiyanithanda nithi ne book club ne do ilima lencwadi ke ngoku. Okay, here's an idea. This year is centenary katatu Robert Sobukwe waye lecturisha apha eWits. That Sobukwe wayebhale incwadi and kwakubhalwe incwadi ngaye. Ndifuna uhlala nani sithethe lonyaka kwangoku about 100,000 books i-campaign ni raise funds for the organization yenu. You will go far. Kunzima ngoku akho umuntu uzakwenzela omnye into. Steve Biko wathi our main asset is our mind. That's what we have and we have each other. Ngosi.
Wow. Siyabuleka kakhulu mama ngamazwi atyebileyo nangamazwi anobulumko kangaka. Siyabuleka kakhulu and I think one of the things ukubana ngaba we are already on a journey towards us finding our cultural identity, and what we are doing right now is exactly us sibuyela embo sifuna i-cultural identity yethu.
Professor Wiseman Kuhlu wayesolusa njengani eqala kodwa ingqondo yakhe iphangalele ngeyona ndlela esengumalusi. Wahamba wayofunda e-high school wabanjwa kwanongqondo waphinda wabanjwa nase-Robben Island. Eyoba wayicinge kanjani wathi yena I think relevant to today. Wathi ese-Robben Island ena 1617 younger than you again wathi I will head a organization of African unity. Then inoba kwakungo 1916 to ndiyathelekelela no not even 16 because ngoka 1948. Professor Nkuhlu was the first black chartered accountant in 1976. He is still alive and very well. Incwadi yakhe The Life of Purpose was launched the 23rd last month. Ndinganidibanisa naye nike nibize i-living legend una 80 uStrongo. He had a dinner party, encouraged abantu ukuba bafunde yama ndiyayithanda lento niyenzayo ngicabanga mama wenu nami
Siyabuleka kakhulu mama, and ubhuti ndimbonile and bhuti ngenxa yexesha ndiyacinga ubana mhlawumbi I think sinomzuzu omnye oshekileyo kusekhona nenye inkqubo efuneka izile. Ndiyaxolisa kakhulu bhuti wami. Ndiyabulela kakhulu and siyabulela kakhulu ngokusinikeza indlebe nangoba sibe nencoko zikamasakhane apho sizokwazi ubana ngabasithi masibiyeleni embo. Ndiyabulela kakhulu, enkosi.
Siswe sinsundu siswe silihaya ndithi manibambe ngazo zosibini nikhahlele ndithi masiyenempo ndithi masiyenempo awakalethu lathi ibuyela mpho kaloku madoda kaloku beningafanga kanina kaloku kwebampo kuba kukho umkhombandlela awebuyele nampopho kukho khona imboni zandulo kaloku madoda ezaziphefumlela isizwe zinsundu sengumlomo wadlamnyama ukubheka kuqamata ewekani khangela ubuhle bentombi zeliliswe sigaqela isigcina negcinana ndibambelele kwangu laduduma izulu ilanga liyandishiya kaloku madoda kuba kaloku mna ndineqembo kanitenembo kaloku mzontsundu beningavanga kaloku madoda ngento ezifana nosanzolo ingithokani inkunzi enqanda ukuhlaba ingekahlabi ndithoka yena ke umzulwana kadogu madoda naningevanga kaloku madoda isilwe esikhulu utshaka wilebheli leqamanye amalebheli ngokukhalipha ndithi xa ndijonga ngelo kalamapeti naningevanga kaloku ngekumkane ezifana eziphethe ubulumko ezazifana nayo usekhukhune yoloo nto ke mna ke ndisithi qhayi ndiyaqhayisa ewe kaloku mna ndiyimbongi ewe kaloku mna ndiyanqina ukuba ndiyojelwa lisuka mntanamu usiyozimela isapho ungazubonakale khona bathi nalapho bayogcina khona bamane bekukhumbuza ngebho madoda yoloo nto ke mna ke ndisithi ndiyazithanda iindaba nderham yo
ndibambe ngazo zozibini kuwe kumkani yam ndithi bhungane ndlebente zombini liyashona ilanga makwedini ndibolekeni indlebe ndivuleleni ndithethe ngakokuba ndingabadule nditenazizibelitake bugqibili babelafini mathola mthonyana liboniswa ngabizwa sabelo ngabalingasibokabango ndingumambeka umntosha kumaxesha abathemba umadoda into ezikhohlela uzwide abathemba babhuzubhuza bangawatyi amaqondo abawutya umhlabendlela mna ndiyila ntombi evuka ngosasuqubetha iqoqodini iqolo mqobi iqhinga ingeni ingqisho abantu bazibona bayifikile inyikima kanti hayi kufika umthembukazi mandityeshele liqonga ndingekonakalile.
Abuka lokhu noqolombe file nje ndringulethu umntampim ndiphuma nganga kwithi eBizana ndimele isizwe samampondo ndiphuma phansi kwekumkani uza nozuko sicawu endithi ukuyikhahlela atye lovuyo andihambi ndedwa ke ndihamba nentazana enhle emanzandonga umantshangasi umamsuthu uwashela imhlophe cha kaloku anibizwanga qha nto nje bendibethu urhalarhala anibizwanga mntakwethu.
Hey andirayihleka ndiradla amantshontsha lo mngathingqondeyo mpeli lo mephambi kweni ke ngusiwengi umantshangasi umsuthu nomatheba imbokodo ebovu egama lovana uhashela imhlopheni ngenamkhala unyama ingena endlini ingahlahlelwanga abafazi bantsanse nayithanda inyama ndingumsuthu nomatheba undala ke mna apha ndiphuma ngapha embizana ndizomela isizwe samampondo ndisuka ngapha kwesikazana ozuko utyela uvuyo usicawu andringeyi khwishi kaloku inkumkani ngoba kaloku wena ikhahlela ndiyabulela.
Miqolomba igorha elansibindlela sondlebe zikhanyilanga bexoxa suka bamnika umbandela suka wawuphicotha lo ngumnqayi waqumla amavila amiphambi kwenu ngundimpiwe ngomnye wesizukulwana sikagosa udosini usagana nonkila ndiyazala amatolo notolo zulokhamcingo mviko nongwahlohla ngamandla sibe apha simele isizwe samabomvana amabomvana siyamkhahlela sithi amabomvana andihambi ndedwa kaloku ndihamba nentokazi yakwaXesibo Martina ibheke
Langeni bomvana elingaqabanga mbola botani isizwe sikaPhalo sizukulwane sikahintsa elosabela nguyamkela phandle uMamXesibo uMambathana uMatshaya uMamkhulu uMartina ibheke uthomela kamatsho uMamgana uncanda kaXesibo uBhelesi ndiphume ezantsi kulali yaseXhorha emkhathazo phansi kwenkosi uDaliviyo Ndevu ndimele isizwe samabomvane into ezibizwa ngamaqaba noba sifundile kuthiwa ngamagqobhoka ndimi phambi kwenu ndizokwazi sebabomvane amabomvane aziwa ngosuka ngapha eNatal kodwa utsiba umdaka nongqawusa nika umhlaba nguhintsa ngapha kombhashe kuleli yaseXhorha azaphatha inkumkanikazi uthanda abantu kwebindlala ngelo ndithi kuni amabomvane ngabantu amabomvane sisizwe samaXhosa amabomvane ngabantu kanye abaneziwe ngobutyebi ndithi kuni ngalomazi ndiyarhoxa mazane ethole.
siphuma pha kwesasizwe sihle madoda siphuma pha kwesasizwe sinamanzi abalekayo
kwesasizwe sityebileyo kwedini. Uyasibona mos into yokuba sibahle. Siphuma phaa kwesasizwe semampondomise. Oh, siphuma phansi kwezandla ezinobubele. Ndiyabhotisa mawethu, lo mi phambi kwenu igama nguNtyatyambo, ukanti ke lo khokho ngufunda. Siyazihla ngamasiko nesithetha kokwethu. Anjami ndodwa mawethu, ndihamba negqiyazana elihle, iguzu liphuma ekhasini kwekho madoda. Hayi manirhoxe, asingabantu bathi emampondomiseni, ndiyacabagusha.
Mandiqaqadeke ndizazise. Igama lam ndinguyanga inkosi benathi Qaqambile Phunguzwa. Ndisuka kuTsolo eMpuma Koloni. Ndilichulu kunyathela kuba kaloku ndingumntana ontsundu. Ndingumarhudu lunam ugadu kumagqibo wasemlanjeni. Ndiphuma kwisizwe samampondomise, ndimela amampondomise ndime nje. Amampondomise ke aquka ooJola, ooQhinebe, oocirho Mpinga kunye namangwevu la ndinguwo njena. Thintombi elichulu kunyathela ethi xa ihamba eqaqambileyo nasebuhleni ubona abafana beyibongo kwehasi lomgaqo lileqa. Ndibone ndiyibetha indoda ngegodo kuba iyaphuma lento efukuni lento njalo kweguzu liphuma ekhasini. Ndingumarhudulu bethu nandithi rhudulu cama.
Ndichwenze ndiqhothise ngiqhele qhukwana njengandoda omXhosa. Ndixhosa isiXhosa saxhoswa ngokhokho bam eqaleni kobuhlanti ngoba ndinguye umXhosa qho. Ndithi ndingujwarha umtika mazaleni jotela mtingane soka mani. Ndithi ndiphuma kwilalisa kwatyutywa ecaleni kwebhisho. Iyo wemani elokubizwa ndingulinamu ukhanyo lwethu apha emajwarheni kusapho lakwayiga. Hey mani, andihambi ndodwa, ndihamba nentokazana entle kangakanani na, intombi eziqhinayo ebuXhosa bayo. Yo wemani, intyatyamba enamagqaba angavithikiyo nasebusika. Yiza ntombi entle, yiza ntombi omXhosa. Yo mamqwathi man.
Mandibulele kwikumkani yam. Ndizoxwebula amaxhanti, ndixhwitha amaxolo njengexhwele. Ndizoqabela iqaqa, ndinganqubeki emqolombeni. Le nto ingumbona imnandi ngochubelana. Ukanti ithente inkomo iyeva. Ngelokusabela ndingubusiswa wakwaZweni omnye wezizukulwana, ndimele isizwe samaXhosa. NdingumXhosa xho ongancengwanga, oxhotyiswe ngokuxabisa amasiko nezithethe. Ndiphuma phantsi kwenkosi uVulikhaya Sigcawu. Mandiyeke.
nasi bhayilam ilanga liyandishiya kukudebha kupha molweni mzontsundu ndithi mandibhothise ndibalekani indlebe emawethu ndibeke mabini mathathu ngumfene lo ngulisa ngumsudu ngujambasi kusanzanza ngumhlango omveliweni ndithi mandiqhume ngiqhathalaze ngiqhathise ndizithabathele nam kule nxaxheba kuba nam ndingumxhosa ndingumafrika mzontsundu ndiyekeni mzontsundu ndisithele ndingekayilozi ndesululu nderham yo
Wow. Hayi, andifuna ukuthi bhotani. Mna ndifuna ukuthi masihlaleni. Kodwa ke ngoba yonke into yenziwa ngexesha. Siyabulela bethunana singabazali abantetho isisiXhosa abafundi abakweliziko abangabasebenzi. Sineqela elibizwa abakhaya. Sithi ke aba sizama ke ngoku ukuncedisana nento iyenziwa ngabantwana bethu. Ngoba nyani akubikho lula mna ndafika apha eGauteng ngo1991. Kodwa ndazixelela uba xa ndifika apha isiXhosa sam sona asobe sindibaleke. Ndisasithetha nangoku ndide futhi xa ndidibana nomuntu othetha isiXhosa ibe ngathi ndithetha ilimi lasemzini. Ndiyayithanda into eyenziwa ngabantwana bethu intle. Akukho lula nabethu abantwana bafunda kwezi zikolo zilapha abakwazi ukusithetha isiXhosa bayazama. Bayahlekwa ke ngoku kodwa lento niyenzayo nina yenza ukuba babe nomdla ngoba nangoku ngoba nimane nisenze izinto nimane ndithumela bamane besithi siyavuya sizawukuza nathi sizobona. Ndicela ningabahleki abangakwazi uthetha isiXhosa ngoba kaloku niyayazi uba sikhulele kwilizwe elinocalucalulo, ilizwe ebesisokola ukuba sizazi izinto ekufanele basizazi zitshilo izithethi zethu. Mandingawenzi imade. Ndiyabulela kakhulu bethunana. Sibulele kwi-Wits University ngokuba isinike elithuba. Sibulele ingakumbi kwi-School of Arts Department ku-Music section. Sibulele ku-Dr. Khumalo. Sibulele na kwi-Head of Division uProfessor Khalo Mombeli. Siyabulela na kwi-Head of School ngoba kaloku bonke abo bantu basivulele elithuba loba sikwazi basibhiyozele lo mhla waseAfrika namhlanje apha kweli qonga. Enkosi.